Cool in the night, have a good time. That's what I keep on saying till I lose my mind. Feel like a man in the sea breeze, shine like a moon in the last sky. Can you believe it till the end of your life? Oh, we some dance into a room. That's enough for satisfaction. Ready, go ahead and have fun. No need no explanation. Whoa, what's worth of nothing? Whoa, what's worth of nothing? Surely that doesn't matter. Oh, storyteller. Whoa, what's worth of nothing? Whoa, what's worth of nothing? Oh no, it doesn't matter. So we will never lose.
Alright, hey, it's Team Supernova!
Very fucking
Welcome
funny.
back, everyone.
Welcome back.
Love hearing this again. It's been a minute, so you have to give us a little leeway here. Thus, I will denote the recap to the squad. Non-participation will get you a hidden secret tally mark that I will track. So everyone make sure you get a point in, or else I'm going to do something with that later. But
Okay.
Your team, try and recap it.
Okay, I'll start. So it started with us following Piper and Dr. Merlot down to their secret laboratory, where they started informing us of many such hidden secrets that Piper did not feel comfortable saying, but Dr. Merlot was adamant about. And we got to see things like our friend Al in a... Someone can pick up.
Big Tobe, he's a big Grim hooked up to a bunch of machines. He's like a spooky Grim that they plug shit into. Made him the what do they call him? The White Grim. I was gonna say Lycos today, and I know that's wrong. Lucius.
Damn.
You did it! You said Lucian, Lucius!
Oh, Lucian, because they're black. I get it. Thanks, I'll remember that.
Woo! But they're white!
Well, the Grim.
What?
Ironclad, the mental fortress.
Holy fuck.
That
Nice
is
who's
Liam-
on first
that is
joke.
Liam's
Please keep
nickname.
going.
Yeah, they described the long and lengthy process of making Lucius's and how they've made like 60 of them or some shit. Maybe it was like 20.
Bonus question, how many was it actually? I remembered.
It's like 20.
No. Richard, Ben?
It was like 60-ish, right?
No.
Really? I feel like it was like 60.
Richard?
Look, I'm trying to fill out my scorecard by not participating.
Okay,
like 40
no,
decommissioned
wasn't it
ones?
over 200?
Thank you, Richard.
200? No way. Did I say that?
No way. Chat.
Listen, I think it was 60. I'm feeling 60.
I feel like it was 40 decommissioned ones and 20 active ones, maybe is what Ben's thinking.
Exactly. what
So
I said.
60!
I said
Might
60
be
then 20.
that? I don't think it was 200, but maybe I'm wrong.
Do I get points for guessing correctly, or...
Yeah!
Well,
he said one.
yeah.
Well,
He
I'm
said
gonna
bonus
confirm if we're looking at the VOD. I just wasn't gonna do that right now because,
Yeah,
like.
Well, the
yes.
new lore's 60
let's
apparently,
fuck up
so...
the video. Let's delay the video more. That's a good idea.
No,
Okay.
I can do that later, I meant.
Yeah, okay, but the new lore is 60, right?
So,
You sticking with it?
there's a big number on screen right now, is what you're saying. With the
No,
real
he can't.
answer.
The editing software doesn't allow you to do that.
No one lets me do that.
Okay, but play the clip.
Okay,
Don't play the clip.
You know the one.
can you play the clip, but can you have like those big gay like explosion gifs in the corner as the number flashes on screen?
Can you put purple politics over it?
Yeah, can you play it again now?
Purple politics. Is this ethical?
Alright, thanks. Thank
So
you.
it turns out they've been sending out these Luciuses to collect data on Grim behavior and see if they can manufacture Grim that will destroy the Grim for us and save us from having huntsmen kill themselves in battle. Isn't that nice?
Yeah. Yeah, and they gotta like find like what like right of like emotions or like goals or directives.
Yeah,
whatever
it's
the fuck they call
not
them.
working so good right now, but you know, they've had some good progress.
And Gwen's super mad because she's like, "That you're gonna put me out of my job." It's not okay.
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't like automation in my industry. This is not okay. Take it away.
Viridian thinks they've got good intentions, but, you know, even though you used a ridixical term, this is definitely not ridixical.
Hey guys, what's going on down here? Oh, my God.
Brain, what about the brothers?
That's the wrong religion.
What
you
about the
fucking
brothers,
retard.
Clara?
Well,
I don't like those guys.
Well, back home, I gotta think what they would say about it.
You mean like the local ones you used to like get seal blubber from, or do you know what you're saying?
No, like the big ones.
They weren't that big.
Yeah,
Alright.
Was there any other funny
I don't know.
reveals in the big spooky room?
I mean, probably like small, little nuanced ones of like, they said they like got a working brain thing to do them. They said like the governor's aware of it, so it's not like they're keeping that.
Right.
Unless they
Some
lied.
stuff. Yeah.
Oh, I like that. The zero trust.
I think Piper just reiterated that she just killed Yusuf once or twice at one point. Everyone's like, "Ah,
Yeah,
it's-
but I mean, like, so does Felix.
Yeah. I'm not saying she's bad. I'm just trying to think of like reveal
Good.
type thing. Kind of skimmed over. Piper kind of showed off her puppets.
Oh
and,
yeah,
like,
Yeah.
her puppets are fucking insane.
Oh yeah, we walked through the tunnel and there was like a bunch of dead fucking Red
Oh, yeah,
Fang
we had
members
something like that,
that
yeah.
Gwen totally caught that they were just they
Murder.
were definitely slaughtered after the fact and not by Grim.
Well, you know they were at least partially slaughtered. There
Some of
could have
them.
been some cross contamination.
And I mean, they've probably done something
They-
bad
listen,
anyway.
ostensibly, I mean, there's Grim in there that are dead. So ostensibly, what happened is they fought the Grim, horrific, and maybe some of them died, and they're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe we lived." And then from big little funny puppet guys who spun around came in and then killed them like Freddy Fazbear.
So
Like,
she
I can't believe you
she
did
planted
this.
So
she planted the Grim like cocaine.
Yeah.
I was gonna say they ran out
talking
of
about?
power.
No,
yeah,
no,
I
they
was
were
gonna
doing
make like a
cocaine
FNAF
already.
joke, but
Ooh, that's a good one. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, that was another thing. You're like, yeah, how's the security system? Yeah, it's really good. It's just we really need to divert a lot of power.
oh yeah, we did kind of like scrutinize their running of the show. But then they're like, oh no, this won't happen again. We
It's
promise.
like, we gotta get rid of this shit. And Piper goes, "Oh, that was so much work, though. Come
Oh,
on."
yeah. Also, Merlot feels really bad. Let's emphasize how bad he feels. At least, that's what he's portraying to us. He could be one. He could actually be a sociopath.
Yeah,
and
no,
he
no,
goes,
for
they buy it.
horrible.
They
Master
bought it.
manipulator.
Yeah, he, all according to
They leave the
Keikaku.
room, he just pulls his skin mask off with the frowny face on. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, all according to
Puts his
plan.
dream mask on.
Yeah. That's what the mask is.
I wonder when
I
that
miss that
light
shit.
dies in him. Anyway.
Yeah. There's still a little more in this
Or
session.
when Piper's fucking corpse hits the floor.
What? Hello?
Never.
Did I miss
My
an episode?
wife?
Wife?
My
Comment if you love Piper.
I love when my rat wife calls me Pop.
I hate when she won't let me leave the house because her army of puppets are outside.
Yeah.
I hate when
And then-
Piper won't let the functionality of the doors unlock
Wait,
because she has her
Ruby.
strings attached to them.
Ruby, puppets? Oh no.
Puppet playtimes?
Hello,
I see-
my little puppet or whatever the fuck
My
was.
little-
those- Fuck! I'm too old. Get younger me. You would have remembered.
You okay, Ben?
Alright, anyway.
No.
And then the squad split up
My darling.
for reasons, and Gwen went to go check in on.
Well, I wanted to say what Gwen did.
Yeah, but I don't know what Clara did, so I can't follow up on that.
Well, isn't that what
I-
Ben was going to talk about?
Yeah, let's let Blake try and cover it, and then you can see
Okay,
how
yeah,
he
Blake,
did.
what we're going to do?
Yeah, so Gwen talked to Piper after then going and to see Romeo. And it was very awkward because Romeo is like, asking questions like, where am I? What's going on? And Gwen couldn't, honestly answer them with the truth. So it's very awkward and a bit sad. And eventually Gwen, moseyed out of there and chat with Piper a bit about it, where Piper talked down to her.
Oh, I mean, if you see it that way, I guess.
Yeah, I want to hear Liam's recounting.
No, that's 1-to-1.
Oh, based. How could Piper talk down to her? They're the same size.
So small.
No, I think I said Piper's a little bigger. That's pretty small.
But still small enough.
Piper gave Gwen some genuine life advice from her perspective, and Gwen
What
will
a
think on it.
bitch!
Gwen's too left leaning to take it. Fucking bitch.
She's kinda...
Good thing we're purple here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's not red.
And then the session ended.
Nice,
I think some stuff
dude.
happened before that.
Nice, dude. Yeah. Hell yeah, bro. Wow. Alright, what else happened?
Okay, I guess since we're talking about other people's scenes, Felix talked to Yusuf. I'd go into more detail, but Felix didn't, so I shouldn't have to either.
Yeah. That's about right.
But no, he did question Yusuf about whether he was actively using his semblance to turn Romeo into the Ripper, and Felix was like, yeah, no shit, I was scared of that guy, and I probably wasn't doing that. Where am I? And Felix refused to answer any of his questions, and also Yusuf is talking to Al, and that's troubling, but not to Felix.
Everything looks fine here.
Let's get topside. Classic Felix line.
Skip. Quest complete. Alright.
Just like Fallout.
Alright, I got my quest progress. Bye.
Ben knows how to make it out of Mountain Glen in like 10 minutes.
Whew, these guys dragging their feet. Fuck!
What's Ben's part?
Yeah.
Aw, man, is Ben gonna do Nest Skip this run?
Felix, why are you bunny hopping? You're a deer.
Wire.
Ben thought he could AFK during this. What the
I
fuck?
know, it's so awkward now that he's
fucked
AFK. We're all staring at him being like,
Well, I just don't know what you want to do. I'm pretty sure I disconnected during this last part.
I know, right? I was waiting for anyone to get the fucking joke. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh
I
my
know.
God,
I was
drowning.
like, are they gonna do all the parts I would know, and then that'd be really funny at the end?
I didn't remember that.
Oh
Damn,
my
what the fuck?
gosh. You guys aren't good friends.
Clara and
today.
Viridian went outside and talked about stuff. I don't know what they talked about. It's been a while.
Let's fucking go, team. Okay.
Okay, Richard, which one of us was less involved?
What less involved in which part?
The
Your own
with
We were
us.
conversation.
both pretty involved in the talk between.
Well, I know, but
only
we had to
us
pick.
two.
We had to pick one.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Talk about it.
All right, well, you say what Viridian said to you, and he gets to say what Clara said to him.
Oh fuck.
Well, that's too easy because I just have to have her agree with what Viridian said.
Oh, no. Guys, you need to recap this for Ben. He doesn't know what happened. I know the viewers are a joke to you, but think of our friend Ben.
I would never treat Ben as a joke. So Rudy and Claire talked about like
It's interesting. That's all you did when he DC'd and couldn't defend himself, actually.
there's no video evidence. Fuck, what did they talk about?
No,
Yeah, oh my fucking
way.
god. They
No
talked about,
way.
Viridian brought up the fact about, so how you feel about all that stuff that went on down there. And they talked about how they felt about that for a bit, and they both generally came to the consensus that they're uncomfortable with the long-term implication, well, they're uncomfortable with the short-term implications of what could potentially happen with just working with Grimm like that sounds dangerous, but they can't argue with the the end goal, with the fact that it's a good thing they're trying to do, but it still makes them uncomfortable in their guts. And so they're both, like, not really sure how to deal with that now, aside from just watching out for the dangerous bits.
Thank you.
Was that really so hard?
I just
Yeah,
forgot. I just forgot, honestly. Like,
Yeah, Richard, he was just so fucking bored listening to you talk.
Okay.
No, I remembered. Then I forgot when I got stage fright.
Okay, that's
Oh,
fair.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Now I feel bad.
It's fine. It's okay. You didn't know.
What else happened?
Then
Nothing,
we
then-
showed up at the hog
Oh, shit.
place. I don't know its name, and Artie was there.
This also. Oh no, it's still over.
No, I remember everything except the names.
No, you're fine. Yeah.
Starting with
Yeah,
me.
then we showed up at our inn, and Artie was there, and he wanted to apologize about some things. He wanted to express his regret about not being able to participate, and thank us for helping out the town, of course, and kind of make amends for the radical action he did before.
Yeah. Yeah. Say like business is business, but we're still, it's not personal.
Yeah.
Already
And then
what
we
you-
had then he had to go.
Like always.
And, Then he had to go, and they were like, "Hey, don't work yourselves too hard." One person said, and then another person said something poignant. It wasn't exactly in that order.
I wonder who said what.
And another thing.
I can hear it now.
Don't forget. All right, that was our best recap yet. It was like the size of an episode, guys.
You asked us all to do it.
I
Hey,
know,
see you
I'm
next
glad.
week for
That's how we pad.
So,
Ruby.
okay, so ostensibly, people were like all going back to the inn to like. I think Clara said she was like, "I'm sweepy. I'm gonna sweep." But you know, you're all gonna be in the room. Are you gonna have the discussion of like, what the fuck's going on, guys? Like that night, or are you guys gonna do it in the morning? What's the feel of that?
I feel like doing it that night is probably the most logical thing.
Yeah.
Hey, don't let logic stop you.
Well,
Good thing we all turn our phones off before bed.
Right.
I think we would turn them off.
I think we should dip these in fucking water.
Still don't know where my scroll is.
I fucking threw that thing as far as I possibly could.
No, Viridian, I'll hurdle secret plans because it's under the pillow.
Radiant, if you throw your scroll away, we don't get to see your health bar.
It's really annoying.
It's really annoying. We're never agreeing to this kind of thing ever again. This is like a scam.
I mean, we'd be psychopaths not to talk about this, right?
Okay, so
So Felix
I'll
doesn't want to
say-
talk about it.
it's like Gwen and Felix probably left the facility. Yeah, not too far apart. I don't know. Maybe Felix, once he was done talking with Yusuf, no matter how curt it was like, maybe I'll wait till Gwen leaves and not leave her here if he's feeling, antsy about the place, so they can, kind of know when each other are getting back.
A few moments later.
You guys can either do it immediately now at night when Gwen and Felix either come back at separate times, or if they met up and came back together at this point, or just do it in the morning. Your guys' call, but I imagine you guys need to have an actual team meeting, like Clark and talked about a bit on the way over. So this can be whenever you guys see fit.
Okay. I guess Clark and Viridian were the first to arrive back in the place.
Room.
Yeah, room. Thank you. I forgot the word.
Yeah.
So this can probably happen like a while later when Gwen and Felix actually come back.
Gwen and Felix enter the room.
At the same time.
We swing it's double doors. We swing it open.
That's not double
Little
doors.
fall girls in below him, yeah.
The short people walk in.
Felix walks in, Gwen like an Oompa Loompa next to him.
Hey, Felix isn't that big either, buddy.
Yeah, Felix is pretty short.
They walk in and get stuck in the door frame.
There we go, much better.
As they walk in, Clara will look over and smile. What took you guys long? Freddie almost did all the food I got. Jesus, guys, come on.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, you floored me.
You hit me with that.
Yeah, you hit us with a food joke.
Okay,
Come
sorry.
on.
I will refrain from all food
Gwen
joke
will
comments.
come in.
I will only say things that will let you be happy.
I just want to say, for the record, I just didn't want to like continue off your food thing, and we would have like spiraled for at least 5 minutes.
Gwen will come
Viridian
in.
could not continue. His mouth was full.
I'll use proper speech
Oh,
now.
no.
Gwen will come in, sigh, and just lie down on the bed, exhausted. What an insane day.
That is one way to put it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Seemed pretty normal to me.
Gwen shoots up
Right.
her body. What do you mean, normal?
Well, I mean, it's alright. You just looked so tired. I thought you could use a bit more crazy talk to finish it up.
Anyway, now that we're all back, just want to do a quick check. Everyone's still, feeling alright? Got all your, bones intact and everything? Because that was a rough go-around all day.
I'm fine.
We pushed pretty hard, but I'm fine for the most part.
You sure? As Claire comes and walks up to
Physically.
Gwen and looks at her laying on the bed,
It was an exhausting day.
Claire will suddenly push down on one of Gwen's legs, kind of like kneading to the muscle.
I'm fine, Clara.
It feel pretty taut. Yeah, but I guess, as long as there's no aches and pains.
What are we gonna do?
Well, I suppose we should discuss it now, or perhaps in the morning.
Well, I'm still pretty awake and aware, even after the exhausting amount of things we had to go through. So I'm good to start talking about it now if it's, nibbling on anyone.
It might be prudent to go through it now.
Then let's go through it now. Alright, golly, where do we even begin? Anyone got something that's really rattling around they want to start on? Because there's a lot of things we encountered.
Out of character, do we care about Al at all?
Like, in what way?
Like, you have your
if you-
phones on.
If you want to
so
just
you have
start
your scroll-
saying, man,
I'm
what
sorry.
the fuck's
Yeah, I'm
wrong
glad
with those
Liam
guys?
said so.
I'm
They're
sorry.
evil.
I thought you meant in the most broad sense. I was like,
I was waiting for someone to.
No,
bring
I
it
mean
up,
the
yeah.
little gnome in our pockets listening to our conversations, piping it to Piper.
I fucking hate this duende. I gotta carry
Well,
around.
we'll put it in the airtight lockbox we have.
Airtight.
Do we want to acknowledge it or just do it and fucking deal with it when they ask?
Do hand signals.
I think we just turn it off like we probably have gotten used to doing for most of these type of conversations.
All right, yeah.
True, but it might. Okay, maybe. Listen, it's been a month, but can't he just hear us anyway? Isn't that?
Yeah,
wasn't that-
100%.
Yeah, I was about to say that was established.
You
he
guys
could fucking
asked,
hear-
and he said,
yeah,
"Oh yeah, totally."
yes, 100%. He can just hear us anyway, so we know that.
Sure, if we unplug the battery.
All right, let's have Gwen web all our phones to the side of the building and close the window.
Oh, like Peter Parker, yes!
Exactly. I love Spider-Man. I love other thing.
Ryan sighing. He wanted to climb on the roof and put him up there
Oh.
himself.
Yeah,
You
that
can
would've
put
been
him in the
fun.
chimney. Go ahead.
Yay!
I really know how to make a guy happy.
I have established Viridian actually lost his scroll,
Yeah.
and I will deal with the consequences of that, good or bad. But he
Ryan
is
looking
done
down.
being paranoid right now.
Ryan, how you doing? Pauses. Oh, I can't see my health bar. Fuck.
Can't see my health bar.
I just removed Richard's ability to see stuff.
All right. Well, Gwen will clasp her hands together and make a web bag and gesture towards everybody.
Just throw it in there.
And she will sling it over the fucking out the window over on the roof and stick it somewhere. We'll get it later.
Maybe a little high up, just in case.
Yeah, to the roof up. It's fine. Noah can
No, I asked you to roll
if he
roll
wants.
it.
I just was thinking, so Boots doesn't scuttle up there and steal up.
Yeah, we'll have to do another side mission to get our health bars
Can't we
back.
also have like a bird sitting on top of it?
Can we put a landmine and a
Well, if
bird?
Boots wants to steal our tracking devices, sure, go for it.
I guess Mordecai's watchdog.
Ah, come on, you want me to keep a lookout too? Ah, fine.
All right, phone secured. You're good.
Beep,
All
boop,
right.
bird on the roof.
So, like, Piper's super shady, right, guys?
I would have to agree, yes.
I can't wrestle with the fact that she has so many of those puppets, and I can't see that being anything but extremely difficult to control, and she makes it look pretty easy.
To be able to control all those things would be very taxing.
Seems very.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yes.
And I don't know if you guys caught it, but did you get a good look at the red fang in the tunnels that we found? Some of them were killed by Grimm, but it's pretty clear that they were in a fight with Piper's puppet.
Well, there's clearly no love lost between her and the Red Fang. Or perhaps anyone messing with their little experiment.
So we're just gonna let you sit down there?
Well, it's better than letting him run around the city at the moment.
That's certainly true if he causes that type of chaos. And she's definitely able to.
I don't.
Learn anything from Felix, or did you use the opposite route?
I must say that man still eludes me. Not physically, of course.
And I'm starting to doubt Boots' motives for wanting him.
What do you mean?
I don't. Did you see how much panic he caused in the city today?
I mean,
I could see the Red Fang wanting to weaponize someone's semblance like that on a more controlled scale. Just think what he did to Romeo. If that was unintentional, I'd hate to see him intentionally do it.
It was
Or-
definitely unintentional, but he... I suppose they could try.
Hmm.
But he doesn't seem like he would be very cooperative with the Red Fang right now. Not that they couldn't force him.
Who knows what that idiot thinks? Anyway, I could honestly, I don't really care about what happens to him right now. There's too much going on in the city.
Yeah. Hopefully things will calm down just a little bit when the official huntsmen come in.
Gwen clicks her tongue, aggravated at that.
Listen, I'm frustrated too, but there's not really much we can do, eh?
Yeah. Fuck, what did Artie tell you guys? Sorry to jump back. Was that anything important regarding us? Am I insane?
Tell us about what? The situation with the guy people coming in, or he talked about how he was sorry but things went the way they did today.
He thanked us for
And how it
helping.
looks like they're all going home soon.
Okay, never mind then.
Yeah, it was mostly just like trying to make a bit of amends for everything, but nothing like super detailed.
Well,
Well, what?
no, sorry, she didn't say that in pause. Well, aside from him, I don't really trust Piper, given all that we saw. And Merlot, he seemed
I
like
think
his
I think-
heart was in the right place, but I don't know about what they're doing. It's dangerous.
I think Dr. Merlot is, I think he's earnest about what he's doing, but that's a lot of looses going around, and listen, even Omicron had good intentions, but I'm not exactly comfortable with them. So, I guess I can say I'm not on board with that. You guys feel any differently?
I'm mostly with you, but I feel as if we're good intentions or not, this could lead to some very bad things happening. I don't really. How could you have so much control, I guess, is my main concern.
And if they do have control, how difficult is it to flip it the other way, to make it worse? I mean, humans have weaponized Grimm in the past. Just on a, not on this type of scale. Hate to see a super Grimm under anyone's control with, malicious intentions. I don't know. The last thing we need to be doing right now is causing more chaos in the city.
On a slightly different note, you went to go see Romeo, right, Gwen? How's he doing after everything?
His head's all messed up. He doesn't really know where he is and what's going on.
Well, he was well enough to speak, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's... all things considered, that's probably better than we could have hoped for. That fight ended with, that was a real rough go of it, so I'm happy he's at least doing it okay now. Well, he's done a lot of terrible things, but I don't think he ever made a conscious choice to do anything.
I hope not.
Oh, we
I
ran
don't see how
into...
that matters. That just means he's a dangerous thing that needs to be locked up for everyone's own good, himself included. Viridian says with just a bit of disappointment in his own voice.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, it's just... if anything like that could ever happen again, it has to be monitored. You can't just be allowed to walk around. But then that brings up the real tricky question of not trusting Papa too much. And the fact that Romeo is currently under her supervision. How do you feel about that, Gwen?
Gwen's frowning at your discussion of locking him up.
I don't know. He's too dangerous to be out on the streets, but it's Yusuf's fault, right? Like, that's the only...
Maybe.
I can't
I mean, Felix, didn't you
believe
just say...
that he'd be able to be pushed that far without that sort of influence.
I believe that he played a part in it, but I don't think this is truly Yusuf's fault. I think that man is
The
quite
guy's an
dangerous.
asshole.
He is an asshole.
I truly believe he fully intended to push Romeo's button, but Romeo's got issues in his head, and he's doing stuff to deal with that. And sometimes Jabberwock can make you go crazy.
I think the important thing is we don't... There's no assurance
It's
it
a
wouldn't...
pile of straw, and Yusuf's just at the top.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. There's no way to guarantee Romeo wouldn't be able to do something again, so gotta be real cautious with it.
Gwen just looks
I
like
mean,
she's contemplating.
just to be
like
clear-
she really doesn't know.
Just to be clear, I also believe that Yusuf might be half or more than half a pile, but still, other stuff there.
I mean, a lot of personal tragedy can do a whole heck of bad news to someone. So, I sympathize a lot with Romeo, but it's clear, it's like, pausing for a second to think, like, you know, earlier that day when they were on the street and they saw the Ripper just, like, literally just chop 3 people apart with, like, a touch. And she's just thinking about that, and she's just kind of, like, grimacing.
I mean, what would you do if, you'll think for a second, and then go. What would you do if one of those little robots of Mary's just, went crazy and killed people? What if it did it every day? You wouldn't keep it around.
I guess, but different. It's a robot. Romeo's a person.
Yeah, and so, like, he shouldn't be left alone. It's not good for him, but... Well, I mean, now things are gonna be different for him. We can't go back to where he was before.
Yeah, we can only hope that he, gets enough help so he won't be a danger to himself or the people around him, and let better professionals handle it. Which is, Clara grimaces again, thinking like, oh yeah, it's, you know, better professionals. Piper, who we're currently discussing, you know, she's not alright.
It is a bit concerning, though, to keep Yusuf and him in the same place.
Yeah, but I have a feeling that we're not exactly the deciding factor in what happens with them. Not unless
not
we
at
go
all.
and involve someone else.
Alright. Well, then let's talk about next moves, then. This Grim attack this Grim incident today, it's gonna cause big waves around here. So we need to know what everyone's next move is. Now, Dr. Merlot, he seemed real genuinely shaken up by it. I believe right now he does intend to clear all those facilities of theirs of Grimm. But Piper clearly doesn't think that's a good idea. And, I mean, they're close. She's gonna be, like, talking to him about it.
Yeah.
The best thing to happen is that those facilities all do get flooded and the Grimm washed out. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah. We also have to make sure the Red Fangs stop breaking holes in them.
And we still have to deal with the situation and make sure the people of, what's the name of the village?
Redwall?
Yeah, Redwall. We have to make sure the people of Redwall are at least in a better spot with the migration coming. Though, I think our initial plan isn't gonna work out. Hopefully, Presidio can do even more work.
That's putting a lot on her shoulders.
Yeah,
I'm sure she
but,
won't say no.
yeah, and we can do everything we can to help her out, but the usage plan, I think, is effectively nixed at this point.
Does it have to be?
What do you suggest we do? I don't think they're gonna let us just go down there and take him out, are they?
Well, why not? It's not like he's being held there by the constables. Piper brought him there. If he's still important to the plan, as long as we're walking out with him chained to our cuffs, why can't he just walk out of there?
And walk into Redwall with him chained up next to us?
No. That was a metaphor, Clara. Or one of those not real things.
Simile?
Like, yeah, maybe. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that the plan doesn't have to change yet until we know it's definitely not gonna work. Until we know he's definitely not gonna cooperate on it.
But
Why would he listen to anything we say?
yeah.
Well, if
Attempt
he
to-
doesn't,
Why would we trust him with anything we tell him to do?
well, if he doesn't, then who's to say he's ever getting out of there?
I mean, the guy's opposite of Viridian. He might, take the less smart approach just to stick it to us since he doesn't like us.
That is true.
Well, then that's on him.
Felix, you just talked to him. You think that's, still an option we got?
Well, I suppose ultimately his survival is his number one goal. We could leverage that fear, I suppose, but it would. His dislike for all of us is not to be understated. You've really made him angry. I suppose it could work. Maybe.
I mean, I'm just saying, if he was gathering up all his stuff to skip town without even telling any of his Red Fang buddies, he might just be done with all of this. If we could get him out of it the way he wants, that might be leverage enough. Anyways, all I'm saying is, you're taking the piece off the table, but it's not clear that it's done yet.
Are you volunteering to try then?
Oh my.
I don't think any of
God,
us are in exactly prime positions to make the argument.
Yeah, I mean, sure, I guess I'm the one who brought it up. It has to fall on me.
Another thing, though, will we simply be able to just take him out of there?
I mean, we'd have to talk with Dr. Hamlin about it, but, I guess it probably depends on how cooperative he's being about it. We could probably make it work. I'd say convincing Yusuf's the harder part, but there's a lot of unknowns with what Dr. Hamlin might do. Not just in regards to Yusuf, but in regards to a lot of things. So, I don't think we can act with confidence in anything regarding what she might do. So.
Not to mention, we would have to sneak him to Red Wall. I do think he's wanted in some capacity.
Gwen's gonna sigh really heavily. And I don't wanna just to come on the wrong way, but is Redwall what really matters right now? I mean, Grimm breached the city. There's almost there's what, like 100 times, 10 times more people in the city than in Redwall.
Oh, easily.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
talking like it's a ghetto that's taken some more faunas, but like this is a metropolitan city.
And like then we had to debate like what people means.
Oh, brother, I'm trying to answer a question, and
Top
he's like,
10
I can
times.
answer it better. This guy's showing me up. What the
The
hell?
can of worms has been opened.
I'm
Thanks
glad
a lot.
racism's infecting the team. This is Kino.
There's
Continue.
I really gotta use
There's-
this. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm still listening.
sure.
No, I'm
it's
sorry.
fine.
I
No,
can't.
no.
I literally can't.
Zace.
I
It's
can't
fine.
hold
I
it.
can ramble. You can go.
All right, based. I'll be listening, Liam, and I'll tell him if he gets your character wrong.
What did he mean by this?
I mean, there's like thousands times more people in the city, and it was just breached today. I can't help but think it'd be a better use of our time while we're still in the city, just to make sure that the tunnels are clear and that the walls are secure. I don't know. I don't mean to say Red Wall matters less, but I mean, numbers wise.
I
Gee.
still think that we should attempt something. Other huntsmen are coming to help
Sorry.
the city.
Sorry.
I don't think they'll be helping Redwall.
After Gwen finishes that, and then after Phil says that, Claire will look at Gwen very seriously. Gwen, we're not full huntsmen yet. So, I don't think we have the ability to confidently state we're gonna protect everyone here. And even... So we gotta think about the priorities. Do we spend our next couple of days walking down one or two of this endless amount of tunnels, or do we try and do what we can for the people that almost no one else is looking out for? I know what I would want to do given the situation, which is help the people of Redfall. But we are a team, so I do want everyone to give their opinion on what we should do next.
Well, I think I've said that I would prefer to help Redwall. I don't think that they're going to get much help besides us and Percival.
Definitely not. Not at this point. And
Gwen looks at Verdian before responding.
It's hard to say. I've been putting in a lot of thinking into doing this, into what to do about Redwall so far, but can't really say my chips are fully committed to the table yet. Just thinking right now.
Yeah, I mean,
if the city were in as much imminent danger as Redwall is, then, you know, you might have a point. I mean, Grimm did get out, but that was That was what they had locked up in that facility the Red Fang breached. It ain't a whole migration.
Yeah, but
I don't know what's more dangerous right now.
because it really comes down to how much we trust Piper and Merlot to make sure the tunnels are clear.
But
I don't
Gwen,
know if I.
even if we did try and clear the tunnels, we wouldn't even get to half of them in the time we have left. You could spend most of the time walking around empty tunnels finding nothing. If you want to dive into each of those research facilities and try and take out all the Grimm inside of the water.
Hello?
Sorry.
Oh,
Hello?
okay. Okay, sorry. I was just double checking.
Sorry, I'm thinking.
No, it's fine. Take your time.
No, they described like flooding tunnels to us, right?
I mean, what
I
do you
guess
mean?
like to clear out tunnels, like that's what they were gonna do.
Yeah, to get rid of the. Oh, sorry. So tunnels getting flooded. Flooding the facilities. The facilities and the
Facilities,
tunnels
yes.
are different, obviously. The facilities are where the Grimm are held up. Yeah. They said, yeah, I have a system. You can flood them and electrocute them, and it'll kill them pretty slowly, but like pretty surely over an hour or two. They don't really know how to deal with that if they're not aquatic Grimm, and even then the facilities just sit there. That's their method for getting rid of the Grimm. Not like walking down tunnels killing them with shotguns or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck. I don't know what point Glenn's trying to make then.
Were you trying to say, Clara, it's just pressing a button and not us going in the tunnels? Sorry, I don't understand what the point was on the tunnel thing myself. I was kind of confused what you guys were talking about.
I mean, kind of. I think Gwen was more just like kind of making sure they actually fucking do it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I
Oh,
guess
and
you'd
then-
just like go find ask where one of the facilities is and see if it's fucking clear afterwards.
All right, go clear the one that we're sending it to. Lamau. All right. All right. Anyway, I don't know, Clara. Maybe you're right. It just seems like a losing battle with Redwall. I don't know.
No, it is frustrating. Well, Dr. Heathcliff did say all the time that a lot of situations. Darn, I don't remember exactly what he said, but there's a lot of lose-lose situations when it comes to huntsman work. So it's going to seem like we're going to be able to pick a good option to do.
About picking the least worst, I think.
Yeah. I think this is clearly probably one of those times that I don't think we're going to be happy no matter what we choose to do. But we still gotta make a choice. I'm not exactly gonna sit around doing nothing.
Do we think Yusuf might cooperate better with Jose?
Yeah, probably.
Well,
It wouldn't hurt.
Alright,
I feel like if we're involved in any sense of the way, he'll be pissed and even hate Jose, so...
that's good, because I wasn't actually that confident in negotiating skills for Idian.
Why? I mean, okay, I understand why, because it's him.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of history between all of us. Oh, but also, it just reminded me of that, I think Hodges wants to talk to you, Freudian, but I'm not really sure why. He didn't give many specifics.
Hagios? Oh. Alright. Huh. Wonder why he didn't send me a Alright, because my scroll's gone.
So,
I
just...
Just what, like,
Sorry, I was reading chat. I got distracted.
Don't do that.
happens to everybody.
Speaking on the, more abstract part of what was happening, felt pretty creepy when Al was looking at me.
Oh, the giant Grim in a vat? Yeah, it was pretty unnerving. I don't...
God, it wasn't just me.
Yeah, I don't like trusting a Grim attached to a brain, or a brain attached to a Grim, whatever explanation they made it sound like that wasn't insane.
I think it's part computer.
Thanks, Clara.
No problem.
Missed that part.
Um,
I don't know if we should tell any about that now. It'll only make things more chaotic, but I don't know. Maybe Headmistress Gale will know what to do.
Yeah. No, I don't know how comfortable I feel about divulging this information over the public communication.
I meant later.
Oh, more back home. Well, yeah, I was probably gonna tell her that just for my own sanity's sake. Vale was so crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Speaking of crazy. So, I had a thought. This is probably fine. Let me lay it out for all of you, and don't jump at me like Viridian, what are you thinking? I promise I've thought this out a little bit.
Uh-huh.
But I feel like I should go and give that asshole Ganymede one last report. About containing the specifics about what led to the incident with the Grim today. Not anything we saw after that, but the fact that there's a bunch of underground facilities filled with Grim and they got breached.
Well,
I mean,
that would definitely put pressure on them to wipe them out.
yeah, that's one of the things I was thinking, and like, they're gonna find out about it eventually. I don't know when, but if it comes from my mouth and we can get maybe maybe some more information out of him about anything going on with the capital's response, or what's going on with the army deployment, or their plans, that would be good to know.
I've slight change to that, I'm thinking.
before that, meta-wise,
What's up,
who's Ganymede aligned with? The Valish nobles?
Seems to be.
Yeah, he seems to be.
He
with
is
the-
a noble from. Yeah, he's
Okay.
a noble. He's reporting like from the council, from the capital, and
You
stuff.
know, he's on
and
the
he's
House
not
of Lords, you
aligned.
know, which is like the Parliament, which is
Right.
like, you know, House of Nobles, House of Commons.
So like,
You
but
know,
like
he wor-
not like already noble. Different or similar?
Oh, you want me to go, or does anyone else? Yeah, I mean, like, from what he's talked to Viridian with, he said he seems kind of like a different party. I don't know if that's the read you're fully believing, but, you know, it's kind of seems like it. Richard, your thoughts?
That's the read I've gotten. Like, Artie seems to think that Ganymede is. I don't know Artie's specific read on Ganymede, but he seems to treat Ganymede like the Gestalt nobility. I don't know if that's because he's the prince and he's not, like, playing partisan with them. But from Ganymede's perspective, I have heard him referring to Artie as the prince, which is, you know, respectful, but also kind of that strained thing after Artie pulled his stunt that made Red Fang battle them on the streets for like an afternoon.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
he was not a fan of that at the
It's
time,
like-
especially. He said,
he
like,
was
that was
not a
really
fan of
fucking
that.
stupid.
Yeah, he seems to think that Artie is, you know, he's just a kid. He doesn't know this stuff, and he should stop getting involved right now.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair from what he said.
Right.
At,
And
at,
then-
at most, he's like, he needs to calm down. He's a little too hot-headed, you know? He's like, listen, I'm saying I'm here for, like, the crown benefit and the benefit of the Vale's people. I don't think, you know, this kid knows everything about this. I'm trying to smooth things over. He was here already when you got here on interest, like, grilling the governor and things, clearly, about stuff and trying to
Yeah.
investigate things on his own. And has one of the Knights of the Round Table here as like an assistant or bodyguard attaché thing. So he clearly comes with some form of authority from like the Valish monarchy or something. Or he's just pulled some favors. But yeah, he's pretty clear that it's like, yeah, I'm here for their government of the nobility and stuff. Who ostensibly are the parliament and should be involved in political matters. The governor is also in the House of Nobles also. And like,
Right, but he's
On
more
the
interested
yeah.
in the independence of the
Yeah,
Glen sort of thing.
he's pretty self-interested in that and what he believes here, like how Enoch is, and Enoch's in
Right.
the House of Commons. They're on the like Glen pretty hardcore, supposedly so far,
Did-
from what you know.
Did we know the governor knew about Supercomputer Grim?
They said he knows all about it.
Okay, but Enoch doesn't. That's not known if we know that.
I
Or has he
don't
funded
know
it?
if you asked.
It does, so
He's
probably
giving them
didn't-
money though. We know that, right? Like he's
he's
funded.
he runs the Economist, or what do you call it, the Treasury and stuff. He's the finance director of the city and things.
Alright.
He's a money man. He's a councilman.
So probably.
Probably. I mean, he'd probably have to at least ask what's going on and should I know about it. But yeah, it's safe to bet he's aware of something. He's the
Okay.
one who's clearly funded some things.
All right,
That
anyway,
and the
cool.
governor
I-
himself with his noble house and shit. But yeah.
All right, then
Good to
just
ask.
wanted context for
Thumbs up.
who these guys fucking align with and what they think. Thank you. Sorry, Blake, I interrupted you.
That's fine. I actually generally agree with doing that, Viridian, but is there anything more tangible we might be able to get out of him to help with whatever we want to do, like Redwall? Because knowing troop movements is all well and good, but I was thinking we could probably think more personal.
I mean, it's not like I'm the guy's best friend. I can't ask him for a favor. It's just, you know, we've exchanged a bit of information so far. I was going to see, because, I bet some of his connections can get into it, but, I was going to ask if he could find out specifically what Piper's deal is. Like, do we know where she, like, came from? we know if she has any like history with someone like the Red Fang or something like that,
Not specifically.
or even the
no.
White Fang, I guess. Yeah, well, I'm kind of just a bit interested in that.
I don't think that's a bad thing to try and find out.
Yeah.
And you know him best. I just hope we get our worthwhile
Goddess, I hate that.
worthwhile use out of the information. So I wouldn't want to give someone like Ganymede something without getting something out of it.
Yeah, well, the couple talks we've had have been enlightening on a few things.
Yeah, but I mean, who knows, Rudy? Maybe you were going easy on him. You could have pressed him for more than you got. I will say, half joking.
I think at this point I'm not against it. I do feel
Wow,
a
that
little
is
bad. It's sort of going against their trust, but I don't know. Mr. Irving seemed really what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know.
Nice?
No.
Suspicious?
No.
Okay, is it a good word?
He's mean.
Melancholic?
He was like he seemed genuine about his
Nice.
interest in the
The lesser
The-
folk of the...
yeah
The
that
others.
and then like
Because, you know,
the positives of being like its own city versus under
Yeah.
the foot of
He's
the
aloof but fair.
Because
He has intellectual arguments that can give you a fair reason to understand why the interest of the Glen do not align with Vale. Like, really fun arguments like, hey, we'd really appreciate help for the Grim migration. That's fine. Here's Team Supernova. No! I
No,
don't
no,
think
we-
you understood.
report
I
to
don't
duty,
think you
sir.
understand what we meant.
We got
There's
Team
a-
Iris here too. Look, what
Can we
am
get anyone better?
Ah,
No,
shit,
you can't have
Jose.
any hunts. No, right now you can't have any huntsman teams. They're busy with the migration. We'd like some help with the migration. No, they're busy with the migration. Okay, I guess we'll invite some school teams. Don't you think that's a little inappropriate, guys? I fucking hate you.
Well,
He would do great on. He would
You
do great
guys
on
have
Joe
no
Rogan.
sympathy for the Glen.
listen, we also
So cruel.
brought Team Iris, and Jose's already gone off to become a
Team
terrorist.
Vale.
but
God,
Noah, they
they-
can't. Noah, they're gonna die. It's their fault. They're not self-sustaining.
Exactly. Ugh, the Glen are so careless. They don't even think we're good enough.
Glenn, I just want to make a
I'm with
libertarian
Vale.
utopia.
I'm with Vale. They're right. Let these people starve until they bend the knee.
I didn't expect that out of your feels, honestly. I didn't know you were so invested in it.
What's that dome for? Where'd you find this fucking guy?
I'm saying that Enoch's very sympathetic to the how do I put this? The claw-handed folk.
Did you know that you have to kiss a wall just to get in?
Enough.
You know, they give you a riddle. They give you a riddle like the Dark Sanctuary.
I do not think the Wailing Hole gives you a riddle like the Dark Sanctuary, like, but I appreciate it.
But yeah.
Oh, Liam's offended.
But continuing as Gwen, I suppose,
Please,
to get
please
us back
do.
on track.
Please fucking do.
You know, because nice hope is the word.
Right.
Genuinely
You're an asshole! Holy shit!
Like you fucking
Shut
shot
up!
me. It's so funny. I really, Mr. Enoch's sentiment about the Glen being independent and more separate from the Valish government seemed. I liked what he said, but if this is what they're doing to go about that, I don't know if it's the right thing.
All right. Gosh, I had to say this, but I don't think we can really affect that no matter what we do. I think the higher politics of this place is a bit beyond us at the moment.
Yeah.
So it's probably best to just not focus on it, even
Well,
mentally.
let's be realistic about one thing. We all want those facilities flooded. We don't want the Grim, like, just sitting under the Glen's nose, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if Ganymede and the Knights are poking around and ask the mayor about it, the mayor is gonna be another voice on Merlot's shoulder. There's no way he's gonna come to any decision other than flooding them if this plans out.
Yeah. So, on the Grim facility side, we have your plan with Ganymede, and then on the Red Wall side, we wrangle up Jose and hope he can work some magic on Yusuf, and if that doesn't work out, we rely even more heavily on Presidio and see what we can do.
Right.
And everything else is it's rough, but I really think that's all we can really expect to do in this situation. I mean, I feel real bad about everything, but I don't know how we'd even begin to attempt to influence any of that political stuff, given we're only going to be here for a couple more days at most.
Yeah, I don't think we need to. Just getting the ball rolling with Ganymede to force their hand to make sure they clear the tunnels is probably the best we can do. And
Right.
if the stuff, happens as a result of that, that's unfortunate, but I think in the immediate, that's more important. Sounds like a plan.
Alright, awesome. I'm totally not second guessing myself now that you've all agreed.
Is it that bizarre?
I mean, I
Listen-
just assumed.
Listen, Viridian, we've been together for a long enough time now. You have to understand, we've probably gotten used to some of these things.
Look, alright, I get it. Just when I start doing actual crazy talk again, one of you call me on it.
Alright, just know, you're not always making mistakes. Sometimes your ideas are good.
Don't worry, I will let you know if you say something too dumb.
Has she ever shot away from doing that?
Nope.
Like maybe the first 3 times you told him things you might not have, should have. I probably would have told you that was dumb.
Yeah.
But then again,
Yeah.
we've all made our share of not great decisions here in the Glen.
So, I guess we can probably get started first thing in the morning. You're going to go see Ganymede. I think if any of us went with you, it'd probably be a bit more, odd. At least we'd probably have to wait outside the car.
Yeah. Tell you what, I promise I will handle it correctly.
Well, that's good enough for me.
Do you want to borrow someone's phone?
Scroll.
You want to borrow someone's scroll? Well, actually, maybe you shouldn't bring it to the meeting.
Yeah, I'll probably pass on that one.
Well, once it's done, let's rendezvous.
Yeah, good idea.
Hmm. Well, I guess I'll get in contact with Jose. I'm not exactly keen to sit here and wait for that to finish without doing anything in the meantime. Hopefully, Jose will be able to get through to him.
Depends if we can get him down to see him, but again, I'm sure Piper will be accommodating.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't think we're
in this
exactly
case, we just
we're not
bring
exactly
in-
on hostile
oh.
footing, are we?
No, I suppose not.
I don't know how many people Piper would want going down to that level. It's
Well, they
I'm
can
sure
just-
we can assure her that we won't let him go into any other rooms.
Well, she can also just bring him, up.
that's more likely.
What are you guys gonna do?
That
Let's direct it at Felix and Gwen.
Well, I suppose we should also think of a way that we're... How exactly are we going to get him there?
A car?
Right. But we need to keep a low profile as well.
Oh yeah, we get like a cloak for him.
Right.
well, the tunnels are probably out.
Exactly.
Well,
I guess we'll just be very careful.
we traveled the road enough times. We can make it there without too much trouble.
Yeah.
But if you want to make sure, then one of you two can make sure we got a car in place.
Sounds good.
I suppose.
And I guess the last one can stay here and hold down the base.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was mostly a joke.
All right. Well, I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed. Hopefully.
Yes.
We should end the scene there.
Thank God.
And then we all
He
went
said
to
it. He's
bed.
so brave. Holy shit. I'm going to bed.
I didn't
So is the camera POV.
Before you do that, can you get our phones off the fucking
Fucking
side?
roof, Gwen!
I want to play Subway Surfers in bed, Gwen.
It's bad for you.
Oh, I didn't know I was the only huntsman on the team who could climb a fucking building.
Base.
But you know that it's like locked. It's like DNA locked. You can't open the web without your DNA. I'll cut a little piece of skin off, I guess. If you...
Gwen's
Yeah, that's what
bio-
gravity dust does to yours.
You guys need to do a hacking check to open it. Sorry.
I really don't like the later arcs when dust gets nonsensical.
Just
does things that whatever the writer wants.
Dust.
Rank 2!
I hate when I have to do the Skyrim lockpicking game to get out of Gwen's way. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
I hate it when Noah added 11 more levels to grind.
You're right, Ben. I liked it back in the beginning when like everything was really well defined and made a lot of sense.
Exactly.
How else are you guys gonna unlock slime and dragon dust? I'm just saying, we
Ooh,
gotta get there.
Please
eventually.
give me
Felix,
slime dust.
I'm gonna go dragon mode.
I'm gonna go slime mode.
Come on, that's power creep.
Oh
Yeah.
no, Viridian's going cosmic Viridian.
Cosmic dust.
Viridian El Calvo.
I hate cosmic dust. You always gotta take a big breath before you use it. So
God,
you don't die in space.
Spix would love Viridian.
I also hear this eldritch whispering in my head. It's really annoying.
I really want one of those Hunter x Hunter edits thumbnails of Viridian holding his fist up, swelled with power.
But he's bald.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
It's his new power up.
It's post Glen Viridian.
This is what I want from Viridian and some other character. I love
His hidden power. Nice
I love them
fucking
having to do
YouTube
this for
thumbnail.
very minor Hunter x Hunter characters because Togashi's a fucking asshole. It makes them relevant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I make a request though?
Yeah, what's
Yeah.
up?
It's fine some of the times, but man, we really should just pull back some of the times at the end of those scenes and be like, well, okay, we can talk about what we're gonna do next out of character rather than in character.
I agree, probably.
It'd probably make them a little smoother.
That's what I'm trying to do
bro.
before the
Look
scene.
at this guy being introspective
Huh?
and shit.
Look,
That's what your question was?
Yeah, that's why it wasn't for you, dumbass. You didn't understand it.
What?
No, your question before the scene was, what do we do afterwards?
No, it's like, what did we?
I
Because
don't.
that's what Liam just said. Then why'd you say, yeah, that's what I tried to do? You just misunderstood what he said. That's fine. But don't call me a dumbass for correcting you. Jeez, buddy. I'm gonna have to give you a Sins of the Unforgotten for that one.
I'm just trying not to appear weak, man.
Oh
Why
my
are you
God.
telling Liam that? What the fuck?
I'm telling you that you're the one that just spoke.
I thought you
Why'd
said
say Liam?
you totally said Liam.
I did not say Liam.
Did he? Oh, he probably said man, Liam, and we just
damn
both
it.
misheard.
Yeah, that's
I didn't
That makes
hear.
sense. Yeah.
Chat.
What's up, Ben?
I didn't hear, so I can't confirm either way.
You were bitching that you didn't hear, so you
I
didn't get
didn't
in
hear.
on the fight.
Literally, God,
That's bad.
I wish I met him. Fuck.
God, I wish I heard him.
God, I wish I heard him. Fuck.
That's so fucking funny. You're such an asshole. God, I wish I could have gone in that fight. Okay, okay. Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
So what are we doing next, guys?
We're gonna send
Starts hitting the war cry.
our little funny faunus to go talk to the other funny faunus. And we're gonna give him a necklace. To say,
Hey guys,
"Come
I think we
with
solved this
us."
problem. I don't know. Have Noah roleplay with himself for an hour and a half.
It's such a valid option. It's taken way too long for you guys to come to.
It's fucked up. Because he'll do it.
We should really send MLK in to talk to him.
It's a very valid plan.
I know, it's gonna be so sad when he gets shot in the head. Just realistically dies.
It's gonna be so sad.
It's
when he gets assassinated.
this guy's ability is he can go through aura.
Literally Tyrion's ability, very fucking cool,
Fuck.
guys.
Oh my God, you're right. I forgot.
That's so
Fuck.
awesome.
I
They're
literally
so
said that as
awesome.
a joke of like some shitty fan fiction, but it's in the actual show.
Fucking
Fuck.
show. What's his power? I don't know. How do we make a character scary? Fucking awesome. I hate them so much. Okay, give me a sec while I put something on a map really quick and make a little cut break. Unless you guys actually have something funny to fill the time with.
Nope.
I'm all in
He
jokes.
said no, they don't. Bays.
I said, no, I don't. I was not speaking for the group.
Yeah, Liam's already used most of
can-
his jokes today. He needs to reload.
It's fine. I did a short rest right before the session, so I got a couple left.
What's that?
I killed it at work. You know, I threw in a couple jokes during the team meeting, so raised a lot of jokes there. But
Fucking, I'm glad we're back to this. Hell yeah. I was doing great at work, dude. Fuck, man. It was awesome. Listening to fucking.
I recharged my joke meter since then.
I was
so
listening to
we're
the
good.
cup.
Yeah. Liam has a joke meter.
Liam's joke meter is full.
Liam
Liam's
needs
joke
food
meter
badly.
is full. Liam needs food badly.
This is feed.
Liam,
He's the drink.
he's
The
drink.
green coder needs food badly.
The green coat. He's the drink. That's fucking stop
Go
calling
on,
Felix
on
the drink.
Quit calling Gwen the drink right now.
Calling Gwen the drink for 400 hours straight. Can I last?
Can't wait to be in the
I
car
spent
with-
100 days calling Gwen the drink.
A few moments later.
So that'll actually be something you two have to handle. Rian's just talking to Amy. And what's Clara doing again? I'm sorry.
Go find Jose and convince him to come with me to go talk to Yusuf.
All right, cool.
I
So once
probably
again, I
just
pause
use
it.
my
Who wants to
scroll
go
to get in
first?
contact. I can go first unless Richard really wants to or someone else does. Like, I don't mind.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to, but it makes the most sense, so I will die on this sword.
I don't want to, but I will. He's so fucking awesome.
Go for it.
Damn, he's cool. Wow. Okay. So you'll ring him up, I suppose, and
Yeah.
yeah, you'll get the usual suggestion from him where he will meet you at a location and then pick you up in the limo.
Awesome, I love that.
Yeah.
It's not clandestine at all.
No, not at all. No, I don't have conversations that matter outside of my own vehicle that I've made sure has no tracking devices. How do you know? You lost your scroll? That's fantastic. I love that. That's great.
Yeah.
You're so fucking perfect. There we go. Let's change it. Do I have like a song for him? I have a song for Governor.
Man, I hope so.
I think it's this one. Yeah. Technically, right now.
I was like, why don't you guys talk to this guy? He's obviously your friend. Meanwhile, boss me.
No, this is Ganymede. How dare you? Different guys.
Sorry.
All right. So you'll get picked up by the limo at a different every time stop, and quickly get in as drives away. And inside today, Garf is also in here today. No, he wouldn't be right next to him. That's a little. You sat right next to me in the limo.
Does the wooden door creak as Viridian enters?
I hate you. I don't want to talk about it. I also wait a minute. What's the door in the back of the limo? I don't know what I was cooking with this map. That's a little funny. Why do we even have a door? We don't really need one.
Yeah, we don't really. I imagine
this map is not going for detail. Jesus, what was I doing?
Who knows? I imagine this is a situation where this is a slice of the limo, and instead of going like, this is the back, this is the front, it actually goes, that's the back, that's the front.
That's a good call. Yeah, that's a good call. Well, I mean,
fucking
doors
Jesus.
would be like here.
Well, the limo would have the seats on the side. I don't know. Yeah, we'll just say it's an approximation. It's very clearly not a detail-oriented.
Yeah,
map.
very clearly. Very clearly.
Garf is just by what would be near the front of the window. He's not in his full combat attire right now. The armor the knights wear is mostly similar to old style, like fun, like sort of practical, but also artistic design, like the Fire Emblem series, where it's like, that's a shoulder plate that doesn't need to exist. And his is normally a sort of black and brown, like mixed color one, with a slight boar like cuff around the collar, where it kind of looks like the lower half of a boar's mouth with like two little tusks sticking out. But he's mostly just in like the half mail part of it. He hasn't clicked it all on, and he's relaxed in the corner sharpening one of his weapons. Well, Bastion is just sat nonplussed looking through a laptop equivalent of the scroll. I think I called them a tome once and wasn't happy with that, but whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah, and they'll gesture for you to take a seat across from him.
Alright, Viridian will get in. We'll take a seat across from him over here. Love you, Bowmans.
He'll smirk a little bit. Well, glad to see the bird's flown the coop again with something useful. What you got for us today, Pigeon Boy?
Well... I'm sorry, I just needed a second.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I hate to give this to you, because it doesn't make some people I'm fond of look too good going forward, but I have some information on how exactly that situation with the Grimms started out yesterday. That thing that we were dealing with. Got a bit of a inside scoop on it.
So I had assumed, considering the context of the city has changed quite heavily after the attacks. If it was anything less, I wouldn't exactly be that interested.
Ah, well.
The manner of the attacks is quite strange, after all. I assume it must have some... Oh, wait, I gotta ask. I forget. Did Dragon ever tell him about, like, when they were doing work on the underground tunnels or not? I forget what period of the game that was in.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Wasn't that explicitly?
Well, I wasn't there when they did the tunnel mission.
Yeah, I know. But
Wasn't that the thing you told him?
That's what I was thinking.
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, is that you did tell him exactly that. So, okay, just
Yeah.
double check before I overspeak with him.
Okay.
I presume it has something to do with the work that was being done underground, but the details have not been elucidated to any manner of my... or have not been illuminated by any manner of my context.
Yeah, well, this time I can guarantee, without any ambiguation on it, that the spark that brought it about was the Red Fang acting down there on their own. I can definitely confirm they haven't had any more contact with the cities, any officials from the city, considering they was trying to break into a Merton, no.
Merlot. Close.
Merlot
I feel you.
facility.
We've been there before. I get you. Flash from the...
Actually,
Whose memories are these?
Is this from 5 years ago?
Kyle, your dad can't experiment on Grim below the island.
What?
Ashley!
Okay.
Alright, sorry, that's a joke for me and Richard. Now moving
It
on.
was. Yeah, he's like, given that the Red Fan were trying to break into a Merlot facility in order to acquire some weapons.
Oh, it's only a matter of time before any tangential association leads to problems with the Fang.
Right. Well,
They're looking for one of the stockpiles, I presume, from the old facilities.
yeah. They managed to get their hands on some maps and information that those things were put down there, but truth be told, that information is a bit dated. There aren't exactly any stockpiles waiting down there for them anymore.
He looks up from his tome and closes the top of it and crosses his arms, looking a bit perplexed. What, they've been sold?
Yeah, from what I understand, most of them have been sold in order to... You have to remind me of this, is that most of them were like someone told us, Merlot told us that like they did get cleared out and like sold because they were repurposing the facilities and they got more funds for the Grim research, and it was handled as like the Mayor Irving did that side of clearing it out.
Yeah, Merlot was like, we shut down anything in the facilities, we sold our surplus, we sold the machines made to make them because he's like, I don't have any interest in weapon manufacturing. I've changed what we've done, and even in these old bunkers for the military where I went and used those for repurpose to fund our shit more. Yeah,
Right, got it. Okay, yeah. And he'll be like, yeah, most of the stuff's been cleared out, sold off, and repurposed. Merlot don't have much of an interest in manufacturing conventional type of weapons anymore.
Well, I suppose it seems the good doctor at least lives by his ridiculous standards. I'm sure the investors are thrilled to learn that, if he has any left.
Yeah, well, thing is, it gets a bit worse from there. So, their maps and their info on this is well out of date. Don't know who supplied that. But they was digging around trying to get into these facilities that now you would assume would be empty. But they ain't.
He
Merlot-
gestures with his hand to continue, almost dismissively, but you can tell by his eyes he's very interested, hanging on this one.
Of course. Merlot's been doing research down there underground, figuring it was safer to do it down there since, it wouldn't be up on the surface. Any accident happens, it would probably be contained. But the Red Fang threw a spanner in those works. They dug open one of the walls, and what he was researching got out.
Grim?
He's damn sure trying to put his heart into figuring out the Grim problem we got. And that means he's trying to do a lot of research on them. Those facilities, meant to store weapons, he figured, good place to keep the experiments going. When we had a mission out in the woods a while ago, we ended up rounding up some Grim to go down into one of them, but we didn't know the whole scope of anything back then, but it was like a facility down there. We just thought they were going to run some experiments on how to some new anti-grim weapons or something, but the scope of his research is a lot more focused on finding out ways to deal with them. So he needs the live subjects.
Yes, we'll put aside your tangential involvement for now. Much more important matters. It's led us to much more important findings as well. Experimentation of the Grim in a large form facility like this. Utilizing the tunnels is one thing for his own work, but storing the Grim within them is quite an obviously dangerous idea, let alone the legality of it. We had suspected as much to some degree, but still, finding it out in detail is... something else. Yeah, I guess you really do get anywhere they don't seal up, huh, Pigeon?
Yeah, well, I didn't know what I was looking at the first time I got eyes on it, but he'll shake his head and go, it's a bit too dangerous to just live alone at this point. Well, at that point too, but...
Yes, we've already seen the ramifications from such lax practice. So you're saying the Red Fang... Or no, let me rephrase. Wait, start from this. Oh. So there's tension between them and the Fang, it seems like.
Seems like any kind of deal they had going on isn't exactly what the Red Fang was hoping to get out of it.
Well, it sounds to me like there's lots of heads biting at different points here. Fang's not exactly known for being too organized, that's for sure. Honestly, the activity in this city has been impressive until now. It seems like, as always, it'll fall to infighting to some degree. It was a quiet operation. I'm glad they're ruining it for themselves. I just wish it didn't come at the cost of Vale's citizens.
Yeah. I
Are you aware
mean,
of-
a bunch
Oh,
of
sorry,
them
go ahead.
went... Yeah, a bunch of them ran into hiding and are doing their own thing now, it seems like. Or at least, it seems like their nominal leadership, he is thinking of Boots, has... Because she is like the leader of the Valish thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, she's well,
She's
well,
in
you know,
leadership.
she's a lieutenant of
She's a lieutenant.
Scaramouche, the leader of it.
Yeah,
and,
okay.
you know, she was filtering around here, just like that Cursada guy and Oro were.
Right, okay. And he'll be like, seems like the leadership has a couple of different minds going on right now in the aftermath of their big fight with the Royals.
Honestly, I'm surprised there's even a couple of leaders around in the first place. Not like they got lieutenants to spare. Throwing them all here is a pretty big vulnerability. That or there's some infighting among them. Guess Scaramouche's pack is gonna consume itself.
I know one of them's working on dealing with some stuff personally right now. They tried to approach us with... They tried to approach us about something.
Bastion steeples his fingers a little bit and sits up a bit straighter. One of them directly associates with you to some degree?
We've had a couple run-ins. I think they like messing with us, is the crux of it.
He purses his lips for a second. Can you give me a rapport roll?
Rapport, yes. My stat. What is my stat?
My stats! Are you beautiful stats?
Ah, yeah, that's what I thought.
Alright. Yeah, that's a little surprising. You mentioned this before, and I said the same thing, but him finding out that, you're directly in contact with them is, that's a surprise, since, he'd expect a lot more outright hostilities between any of them and you guys. So it's of note to him, especially when you're just like, I don't know, they like fucking with us. He's a little baffled by what you're talking about. and you get the feeling that he's trying to not give away that this is a much bigger problem than it is when he starts to ask again.
Right.
So you're on a name-to-name basis with them, I presume?
Yeah, more or less. We've exchanged that. Why?
I think he wants
You
to
hoping
know
I
the
can-
name.
I don't think they'd want to meet with y'all self, your royal highship.
I wouldn't dare insinuate something like that. I just want an idea of what I need to be dealing with here. The only ones I'm aware of in the area was the recent moving in of that... Oh, wait, what's his last name? Let's go. 1 second, sorry. Oh, he doesn't have one, right. The only one I'm aware of right now is the bull Carasado appearing in the area recently. Well, I understand that the deceased one, Oro or something, was the previous lieutenant in charge of the area here.
Yeah, right, okay. Well, Brilliant thinks for only a moment. He doesn't care about selling out the fact that Boots is here to Ganymede. He doesn't see how that matters. He'll be like, do I know her actual name?
Fuck no!
Alright, I didn't think so.
No, yeah.
Right, well,
I don't think she
far
said
as-
it. Yeah, no, she...
What do you mean? Her name's not Boots?
I don't think she's ever mentioned the cat's eye thing, but yeah, no, probably not.
yeah, I know it's there because I can see her sheet.
Yeah,
I just
obviously.
needed to know.
Yeah,
Anyways,
I don't
yeah.
think so.
Yeah, he'll be like, alright, well, we've been going by calling her Boots so far.
Just a nickname, I presume. Nothing that immediately rings the bell.
Well, I mean, like, from what I understand, she's a pretty big wig in the Red Fang, so I mean, like, I could describe her a bit. She's like cat ears, green hair, green eyes, wears a hood.
Could be any number of cat-like faunus. Any identifiable traits beyond that? Abilities, perhaps? Semblance? Weaponry?
What have I seen?
I mean, you've seen her teleport.
Yep, I've seen her teleport.
I don't know if you've seen Cat 09. She might have brandished it once where it's just like, looked like a submachine gun and it's a non... Yeah, she probably like whipped it out when she saw Piper the first time. It just looked like a submachine gun, but it was clearly like a changed weapon.
That makes sense. Okay. He'd be like, I figure her semblance must have something to do with the way she blinks around. Boop, boop, this over here to over there.
He pauses again for a second, and you can tell that he's thinking of something. He's considering that he might know it, but he's not immediately saying anything and just nods. A difficult one to deal with, that's for sure. You said you've been dealing with her in a manner of speaking?
Well, she's popped up a couple of times to, like I said, mess with some of my teammates. Last time, she wanted our help to, get someone who went missing in that attack found.
Do you have any idea why she has any interest in you in the first place?
No? I don't know. I can't figure that part out.
He pauses. Well, perhaps it's simple camaraderie with those willing to bear the symbol at the vital festival of the White Fang. I suppose she must have assumed you might have been able to lend a sympathetic ear. Still a bit bold for them. Yeah, that's saying something. Got a pretty nice bounty on her head if she's actually up in the organization. I wouldn't approach any huntsman like that. I could make a nice stack of... Oh, fuck me, I always forget them. Scripts. Yeah, dude. You can make a fat stack of script from them.
Oh. Damn. Yes, I wish I knew that sooner.
Right. These facilities, more importantly. How many more of them are there, if you're aware?
From what I hear, there's at least a dozen out there. Now, the Red
It's
Fang
close.
breached one of the Red Fang probably breached the closest one, but given the way those tunnels work, if any of them other ones get compromised, Grim could still end up here.
Absolutely.
Like, real quick.
Still, in the flagrancy of ignoring any of the regulations put into investigating Grim and research like this is quite bold. It seems like the mayor it seems like the governor lets a lot happen under his city's roof. I suppose he assumed the mountain would cover all of the stench. Well, even having some idea of them, even if we don't have a pure idea of where they are, will be helpful enough in our investigation.
Yeah.
Unless you happen to know any coordinates to make it even easier.
I know one,
Yeah.
but it's a bit of a ways out.
Any would be enough for now.
Right. Alright. I mean, I don't exist in this world.
Yeah, you can just say
but
I
guess
give the
Viridian
information.
gives
Yeah.
directions.
Yeah. I'll note them down and not to Garf to for some reason, and Garf will sigh and pull out a scroll of his and start typing away at something. And Bastion will turn back to you. Any more details? In general.
Yeah. If you wanna, like, if it matters at all to you to, like, get your eyes on this situation, then I think you're gonna want to be quick about it. Merlot is definitely trying to do what he thinks is the right thing. He wants to get rid of all the Grim, but he was really shooken up by the attack. He's thinking about using his failsafe to flood all the facilities and prevent something like this from happening again, which I can get behind. I don't know what that does to affect your investigation.
I guess I can be pleased to know he at least had some safety measures in place. Right. We'll move up our timetable in this matter. Says as he quickly starts typing something away on his laptop tome as well. And then he'll pinch his nose and look back up for a second as he's typing about looking at the screen. Right. I suppose you do have something you might be interested in for this information, right?
Yeah, you could say that. I was hoping you could use any of your contacts back in Vale to get some information on someone who's pretty closely involved with Merlot and his research. His are you familiar with his I don't know if he would say assistant. Are you familiar with Dr. Hamlin?
Enough. Though she's quite elusive in actually getting pinned down on any details to actually converse with her.
Well, any details about her, where she comes from, what she did before she met Mr. Merlot, or what she's been up to since, would be really helpful.
Right. It should be easy enough. Though, I'll still have to give you I'll still have to have a moment of time, a day or so, while I relay this information. Our immediate priority will be the apprehension of any of these facilities before they're completely destroyed for evidence.
Yeah, I figured.
I'll
It's
get
not like
back
we're in
to
a
you.
rush to investigate her.
I'll get back to you as soon as we have anything substantial. Is this a blanket search, or do you have something specific you want answered?
I want to know if she's had any kind of training with any huntsmen or with any facility like the church. She's mighty good at using her semblance. Mighty good at it.
I'm surprised she has one as a doctor in the first place.
Yeah?
It's not exactly an easy feat to train casually, unless you're incredibly lucky.
Yeah.
You're saying
So-
you suspect she has some combat capabilities?
I don't know about that, but she is mighty good at being in more than one place at once with it.
Looks a bit like He looks a bit or blankly at you, like he expects you to elaborate more than that.
Viridian will smirk for a second and go, I mean, we have that in common, I guess. She can split off things to go and deal with stuff when she's not there. Really? Really cool.
Yeah, sounds pretty cool, huh, boss? Frustrating, more like it. An autonomous semblance of some sort. Stranger and stranger. Dr. Hamlin. Fine, right. I'll get someone on it. Now, I can't promise a great deal, considering Faunus generally don't have much of a paper trail. If something like this happened, though, she still had to be trained somewhere or by someone.
Yeah, I mean, I figure you'd probably know a couple people who are good at digging up Faunus.
Might as well start with Hamlin, right? Shakes his head like that's a joke.
I don't get it.
Yeah, do you want to ask, or do you want to give me a, I guess you could...
Yeah, I will ask.
Okay.
He's gonna be like, what's that mean?
One of the 53 baronies. Baron von Hamlin. Not a Faunus, of course. And I doubt any bastard would be recognized in the first place. She could have been one of the family's workers who took on the name later for some reason. Gods know what goes on in a Faunus's brain when they serve for generations on a plantation of sorts.
Huh. Okay.
Still, it's the equivalent of having a name being named after anything in the kingdom. I doubt it's something to go on much of a lead with. But I suppose we'll start. I'm just saying, you gotta look in the obvious place first.
Yeah. I mean, you never know. Could be the first place you look is where you find it.
See, Pigeon gets it. Right. Well then, he'll say so. Limo begins to slow down. I believe your stop must be coming up then.
Oh yeah, this looks like where I need to be getting off. Oh hey, could I have like a couple of those sparkling waters you got? Viridian just loves taking best Ganymede's waters when he leaves.
His eyebrow twitches again, and he just gestures towards the shelf as it opens up. And you can raid it.
I will.
Gert just chuckles as your fucking little mitts scramble in there grabbing shit. And you can just see the small twitch of Yami's eyebrow as he tries to focus on anything else. The car will stop and he'll wave his hand off for you to exit.
I love that it upsets him.
It bothers him so much. He has to disinfect it later. You got dirty fucking hands, man.
Yeah. Alright.
Perfect.
That's a good scene.
Yeah. Get off there. And I'm going to go
A few moments later.
in a little bit of a rash headspace. And things haven't gotten much better since then, but you're a lot cooled off and can be a bit more analytical about things. Despite some of the gravity of some revelations now. So Claris decided, probably a good idea to investigate that. So as she's ambling down the streets, getting back near Hog Street and stuff, passing by people, crowds of people, still busy bees as ever. On this side of the city, it's not as even close to being rattled by any of recent events. They've probably heard about them, but aren't like staying a little off the street. What'd you say, sorry?
I said really, because it's actually interesting, because from what it was described, there was like multiple Grim incursions and breaches. So I'm surprised that people here are pretty mundane, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. Goes to show that they either trust the security systems or don't pay enough attention, or it's far enough away in the city for them to think, not my fucking problem.
Or the constables do such a good job.
Ministry of Propaganda.
Such is the life of the Metro. Or not the Metropolitan. So, what's Claire's plan for locating Jose? Just ring him up for now, or are you gonna go poke around places?
I don't see why she wouldn't just ring him on her scroll.
I figured as much. But yeah, I left you pretty close to where you would have just started. So, you can begin by just attempting a call on the scroll, and
Pero.
Pharaoh. Yeah. It'll ring for a bit, and you'll get the answering machine.
Well, Clara will leave a quick message saying that she wants to talk to Jose about the situation and for him to contact her at whenever he gets to this.
Of course, yeah. It's like midday, I think we left off, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah.
Al, is there any way you could tell me where Jose is?
To locate him, well, I would be able to locate where his scroll would be.
Oh, well, I mean, that's good enough.
Right. I suppose it would just be clarifying the specifics of what I was doing and... Well, currently, I would imagine his scroll is left back at the inn, as it has not moved in the last few hours from its location.
Ah, fiddlesticks. Well, I guess I'll go check if he's sleeping. No, I doubt it.
That might be a chance, obviously.
That's Claire, I guess we'll mosey on to the inn.
Yeah, you'll head to the Catfish, and I'll save you the screen transition as you can knock at their door for long enough that you're pretty convinced if anyone's in there, they would have heard you.
It's okay, didn't Verdine, like,
no one came to the
toss
door.
his scroll?
He lost it somewhere.
Yeah, Verian canonically
So no
lost his
problem
scroll.
for him, he's safe.
He's fine.
So they're gonna be looking for guys' scrolls.
If you'd like, I can play an even louder sound from his scroll to tell if he's still very heavily asleep.
Yeah, go for it.
Holy shit. Okay, as you hear like a raid siren, like, loud in there for like just like a brief couple seconds. One of the other people from the inn rooms whips their door open and looks around. He looks at you confused and then just kind of grumbles and shuts his door again. There's no one inside the Team Iris room though.
Yeah. Do you can you tell me where any of his team members are? Maybe he's with one of them.
He pauses. I have unfortunate news. They're very close together.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring. Well, I guess I'm gonna.
Am I really so off-putting?
What?
Sorry, I thought it might be a little bit of a leavening humor in the moment.
Nah, it's funny. But you know,
I wasn't aware you had informed them on the suspicions you had on us, though.
You know, it's been a chaotic morning. I'm not really sure what we've updated them on since we've learned things.
Is that Clara's actual stance? I'm sorry. I'm just genuinely curious. Or is she being coy on purpose?
She's being coy.
Okay. So what's her?
She's a master at playing dumb.
Right. Why is? I'm sorry. Why is she being coy about it? I mean, I get not wanting to tell Al, but is she worried?
Because I, out of character, do not remember what I'm talking about.
Right. So you should probably just pause and ask out of character instead of just being coy. Probably.
Okay. Noah, do you or anyone else remember what we've exactly informed Team Iris about in this situation?
I have no idea. It's been months.
I'll let the players ask first. Richard,
I am unaware of exactly how far we went in telling them about our suspicions.
Well, we haven't seen them since we learned a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that the last time we spoke to them, we told them pretty much everything we knew then.
It wasn't a huge amount, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was about stuff about the mayor and Artie and we didn't really know that much about what Merlot and Piper had going on, but stuff about Redwall and the Fang, what we knew about that.
Yeah.
So I don't think they really know anything that would be like incriminatingly suspicious of Merlot.
Yeah, definitely not what we learned last session, like for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct. No, definitely not last session. Not a lot, honestly. The last time you had mostly been like, we'll keep in touch if anything's too suspicious or weird, but I don't recall you guys going, hey, you guys should stop using your phones. I think by that point you guys had not contacted them too much on those details. And the other times you had seen them had just been during breaches.
Damn, they figured out for themselves not to use their phones.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully they've not all just been group kidnapped.
I mean, they're pretty tough. That'd be hard.
What if they were, like, tired?
Why would they be tired? What happened yesterday?
I mean,
What if they had upset tummies?
I guess that's
Exactly.
possible, but I feel like there's so many possibilities it's not worthwhile to think about.
Mm-hmm.
So, knowing that scrolls are out of the picture, Clara will leave the inn and give me a second to consider how I'm going to locate my friend.
Sure. You can always ask the panel here for help.
How would you guys go about this? I'm just gonna start wandering around.
I mean, I think it's fairly likely to assume that the team met for a meal at the Catfish, and the two poor Varatians couldn't handle the superior Valish cuisine and got tummy aches and had to be taken to the hospital. You should check the hospital.
Genius.
Clara, considering what Viridian would do, I guess we'll go check the hospital. But Liam, what were you gonna say?
Shut the fuck up.
They're in Redwall.
Alright,
my guess.
Liam,
That's my
please.
guess.
Okay, well, consider what just happened. A Grim thing just got patched up earlier today. They might be in the area where the disaster had just cleared up
Oh,
and are trying to calm
that's
people
a
down.
good point. Okay, yeah, I
That
will,
was just earlier today.
I will
Or
go
they're exploring
more.
the tunnels, fucking shit up.
I will go more in the direction of probably the nearest like zone that was penetrated by the Grim.
Sure.
A few moments later.
Cut back in now because I'm starting to scene off that. All right.
Okay.
Clara can go to nearest by, which is still pretty far away. So she can either catch a bus or use the fucking subway. It'll probably take her like 15 minutes using one of the, or well, a bus would take more than 15 minutes. I mean, like more a cab, like 20, 30 minutes to go to 47th and 8th. And it's had some attempts at repair in the meantime. It's mostly still surrounded by a lot of military police and constables and things who have been going through bodies and things, IDing people, clearing out businesses and searching in the debris for any like signs of looting and things like that. In the meantime, any more dead bodies and stuff, just doing a perimeter search. And then of course they also, part of their job is like, well, let's see what security functions failed. All the gray walls on the streets and exits and stuff, I described them before, but in case you forgot, the Glen has a pretty decent intricate security system where it has like, it kind of looks like in the middle of like bridges and stuff where they connect, you drive over, where they can open panels to reinforce walls to be barricades, like in the fucking Parisian revolutions and stuff, where they just throw up barricades in the alleyways and things to trap like the military, stuff like that. But for possible like grim breaches they can like contain a certain area. But there's doorways and things to get through them for like public use, and you were let through as a huntsman and can look around the area. You see the hole that was the initial breach has been opened up again, like the giant stone that you had used to seal it from Gwen's tack and dust has been slowly excavated again. But there's still some security posted up around it.
A few moments later.
Yeah, so like I just described before, there was no cut because Roll20 cut out for 20 minutes. That's the state of affairs here. You can start perusing if you'd like.
Yeah. So Clara would, after she was let in by the military police, just start strolling down, trying to not cause any kind of problems for anyone going about doing actual work. While she's trying to keep an eye out for any member of Team Iris.
Well, he's no member of Team Iris, but you do see at least one familiar face down the road.
Well, I gotta go talk to him.
Because he's like your connection, right? No, just because I like him. I'm not gonna talk to him about anything. I'm gonna talk to him about what ice cream I had last night. And the shows we want, and our shows.
Hey, do you want to hear the thing about Dr. Merlot?
That was Bert Brandy talk. And this time where I make everyone sad. Hold on, let me... 1 second.
Hey, Clara.
That is not how you sounded. There's no way.
He did not sound like that.
Was he blubbery? Or
What
is
is
that,
go-
am I thinking the mayor?
I can cut again if you want to go
Hello?
back an episode.
You do. Just like that, right?
Yeah,
It's
no,
just the same
that's
thing.
it. That's it.
Hello.
As Claire will,
Miss Sora?
Claire will wave
He
as
tips
she
his
starts to
hat.
approach. Glad to see you're doing alright, Constable Brandy, after all the chaos the other day.
Well, I'm certainly getting my overtime.
Well,
Simple beat cop like me, or beat Bobby like me, getting pulled into something like this really goes to show we've got a bit of a mess here.
yeah, it was certainly a heroin predicament.
Oh, I'll say. I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised. Okay, Iris, that's not right. Gotta say, I'm a bit surprised at how things gone so far. Are you doing all right?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. Still pretty worn out from everything that happened, but you know, gotta keep on going.
Sounds like you were running. Sounds like you were running all over the place the other day.
More than I think you know. Crossed nearly half the city, feels like.
I got a bit of it, yeah. So you all really saw the Ripper then?
Yeah. Caused a lot of havoc over on one of them streets.
He rubs his brow a little bit, furrowed in concern. It's terrible, really. I mean, I know I said as much that I wasn't sure if it was the same one and all that, but it doesn't really matter when it comes down to it when he gets up to that business, so I suppose I must have been wrong about that.
Constable Brandy, do me a favor.
Yeah.
If you ever see him again, or anyone...
Huh?
If you...
He looks a little confused. See him again, I mean, I hope not.
Not do I, but I'm just meaning,
You got him, right? Chief Sen's arrested.
Yeah, we got him. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah.
Just try and keep yourself safe, alright?
He looks a little confused. He's looking. Well, I mean, our cells are pretty good.
Sorry, what'd he say?
He said our cells, like our prison cells, are pretty good. He looks confused.
Sorry, it's just a lot of concern.
You don't think someone's planning to break him out? Should I tell the chief about this?
No. I highly doubt it. I mean, he didn't seem like the type that had any accomplices.
I really do hope not.
I'm just worried for you guys all with, you know, all the grim attacks and everything.
1 second. Clark, can you give me a wit roll?
Oh shit, I have stats. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
Do any of my highlights you think applicable?
No, none of these really fit. Well, no, none of these really fit. Well, no, that'd be too much of a stretch. No, you're good. Don't use any. I mean, by good, you don't qualify.
So it's the D12
That's
plus
the
wit.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, it's pretty
All
good.
right, well, this isn't a very high check.
He's a witty man, Mr. Brandy.
Well, Blake, it does strike you as odd, and I hope it strikes you as odd as well, that Burke said that they were told that the police have arrested him, considering they didn't. And he's not in a cell, he's in your fucking side employer's basement right now.
Did you talk to Ms. Audios?
Yeah, well, I'm sure. Not that you have to change immediately what you say, but as he continues, well, I suppose I'll just, I think we have an idea of hopefully how his semblance works if he's contained now and everything, and the chief said it's not a problem, so, it's probably not going to be a big deal, but, I suppose I do have a bit of a fright with him. I'm not going to be put on any sort of, jailhouse duty, though. No, I'm a beat cop.
So he's locked up just fine, right? It was pretty chaotic, so I wasn't there for the actual end of the fight.
Oh, right. Well, I did hear you were all
There's a lot
helping out a lot with the civilians and stuff like that.
Yeah, you know how it goes with everyone running around in chaos. You gotta try and prioritize keeping people alright.
Sure, I get that. Yeah, he's locked up and everything.
Is he?
He looks confused. Is he? I don't know if you... sorry, let me say it. Sorry, let me rephrase it. Yeah.
Do you have a special place to keep more dangerous folk? Besides just the standard jail ass out in?
It's not like we put him in the holding cell or anything. He's pretty clearly the perp. Got him locked up and everything.
Locked up where?
The Bailey.
Right.
It's not the only time we've held, or it's not the only prisoner with horror or anything. I know he's a bit of a fiend in that regard, but he's stationed up with guards and things, I'm sure. That's standard procedure for that, as I understand it. Probably the military police's business, considering the chief said it. Well, they're probably involved, at least. He scratches his head as he kind of takes his hat off. Bit of a mixed bag on that sort of thing. I don't know if they'll deport him or anything back to Vale, depending on how many crimes he's got committed there, too. It's a bit of a multi-region, or it's a bit of a multi-district sort of crime spree, after all. But that's for the judges and things, and constable. That's for the judges and magistrates to decide.
Has he said anything? Because he wasn't very talkative when we were apprehending him.
Like I said, I'm more of a beat cop. I'm not really on the investigatory side of things that much. I don't know. I don't know any of the detectives assigned to him or anything right now.
Yeah. Well, it's good that he's locked up then. He was quite the tough customer, so that's, weight off my back.
Was he old?
I was wearing a mask, it was hard to tell. And a big cloak.
Aye, but, did he seem like an old fella?
No, not to me. Not old enough to be the one that I think you ran into, Mr. Brandy.
Oh, so it is a different fella then. Skeeves me out a bit that someone would come in and try and, replicate in some ways. I know that the bigwigs and all of that probably wanted to just put a close on the case itself by letting them be branded the same fella, but it's a bit of a concern to me. I don't suspect some older fellas as nimble and such in his older age to be doing the same thing, but knowing he's still out there probably does give me a proper skeeve. As much as the fact that this fella got up to so much. Sounded like he was even a bit more, wild than the first one. This was a fight on the street and stuff, right? Tons of people got injured and put in, I heard.
He was pretty uncontrollable when it came down to it. It was more like fighting a wild animal.
Well, like I told you, that fellow wasn't exactly much of a... had the same feeling to him, I suppose, but he still lurked more in the corners of places, if you know what I mean. This is pretty brazen.
Yeah, we definitely didn't... We didn't think we'd run into them immediately after fighting all those Grimm, but... Thankfully, I think we managed to contain the situation alright. Are you holding up yesterday after leading all those people away?
Bit winded, yeah, but this worked. They got me posted up on a simple job today. I got a bit of a couple nods and things, and the chief seemed happy enough, so I might be getting at least a little raise depending on how things go. And was he a faunus?
I don't think so, but again, it was kind of hard to tell specifics.
Kind of chews that over a little bit as his mustache wriggles. I was thinking maybe if there was some sort of, well, I don't need to tell you, but there's been a lot of tension in areas now, especially with the gang activity and the red fang and all that, but even being disconnected from this, I thought there might be some of the reason. I mean, that's what they theorized with the first one and all that, but being them so disconnected just sets me off.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you're not the only one that has a pretty striking memory of him, so copycats are bound to happen once someone crazy gets it in their head. But
why do you think so?
I have a bit of experience with some, albeit much lesser individuals back in Shade.
You mentioned something like that before. Yeah, I guess.
Nothing
I just
near...
figured these two were more put together by public service and not... Or public... Fuck, I forget if I have a name for, like, the board of, like... Nah, whatever. I figured that someone up in charge was the more putting these two together. I didn't think they'd be so similar in that regard. Well, I suppose... Even if it's a little dirty, they are ending the reign of the fear of the Ripper now, knowing he's all locked up and all. That's good.
Yeah, hopefully that's one less problem.
His trial's going to be a bit of a show, I suppose.
His trial? They already have one scheduled?
Well, I mean, they're gonna one day.
Right. Of course.
Yeah, we give everyone their day in court here in Vale. It's not exactly something like in Mistro or whatever they do there. No sort of public service gets you out of this sort of predicament. I imagine they'll lock him up and throw the key away, if not hang him or something.
Right. Oh. Well, it's, I suppose it's a good thing that everyone at least gets a chance to, plead their case here in Vale.
Oh, yeah, it's fair. Fair's fair. Not like he has much of a chance of getting out of it.
So where's he being kept, by the way?
Oh. Yeah, it's a little kind of raising eyebrow, like it's surprised that you're still on it. Well, like I said, just at the Old Bailey, probably around here. Right. We don't have too many separate prisons in the city.
I just want to make sure, you know, as one of the resident huntsmen, I'm aware of where all the more important individuals are being kept.
You really do follow as many of the ideas of what you should be as you do, right? You must be a real grade A student if they have those still in the academies and all that. Any of the professionals I've worked with have cared nay a feather to you.
Well, we did win the bottle festival.
I suppose you did! I always forget that. You're too humble, Miss Sora.
Well, I get it from my grandpa.
Oh, yeah, ta. You shade huntsmen or something else. Kids who came by earlier, kids is still a little rude, but they were quite polite and all that also.
I was about to actually ask you if you saw some of my,
Oh, you about to? Oh, sorry. Might have been winding my wind a little bit. Team Iris came through here a little while to come investigate in part of the tunnel and all that.
Did they go into the tunnel?
Aye, not much better way to investigate than going themselves.
I assume they haven't come back out yet, huh?
Unless I really missed them. I'd only had that bit. I suppose it was a bit of a longer a break, but it wasn't that long. Somebody mentioned it, probably.
Oh,
Yeah.
Officer Brandy, I doubt I can think up by you.
Nah, you're too kind.
Well, I really need to go talk to them, so I guess I'll head on into the tunnel if that's alright.
Well, you sure that's all right by yourself? The breach in there did still have plenty of Grim on the back end. We cleared the initial area and all of that, but I mean, I suppose it's not exactly ours to stop you, but I don't feel really good about just letting you go in there by yourself. It's why you have in teams and all that sort of thing, right?
Well, I'll let my team know the situation, and if I do head in there by myself, I'll make sure to turn tail if I run into anything bad.
I mean, they might be in the tunnels and all that, but you probably still got scroll service. You could just give them a ring.
Unfortunately, I tried that. It seems they left the scrolls in the room.
He crosses, or not his eyes cross across, but his brows furrow. He looks really inquisitive and concerned. They left the scrolls? Ain't that where you keep all your aura and all that for coordination on your teams, right? And communications and all of that. I wouldn't have let them in there. None of us probably should have if they didn't have the scrolls. Blimey, that's a bit reckless, don't you think? I was just giving them a bit of a pat on the back.
Well, I'm definitely carrying mine, so I couldn't say for them specifically. You know, different teams, different methods.
Yeah, I suppose.
But that might be all the more reason that maybe I should go in there to,
I still don't know if you should go in by yourself, though. Can't you at least get your partner over here?
I'm gonna give them a call, Officer Brandy, and consult with them before going in and see what, if they can get over here first.
Aye, alright. Oh, blimey. Oh, he looks concerned towards the tunnel. Just another concern of things.
It's alright, Officer Brandy. They're made of tougher stuff than most of us, so they should be alright.
There's being tough and all that sort of things, but I seen quite a few huntsmen get bandied around and all of that, and that's with their useful features and all that. I mean, what if they don't know how to need any help and all that sort of thing? What, they got stuck in a cave in?
Well, we trained for that down in Vacuo.
Sure hope so. I sure hope so.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Officer Brandy, I have a call to make.
Do it quickly, please.
Claire will pull up her scroll and call Gwen.
Gwen's doing shit until her scene. So
yeah, so this is where I was gonna go to the next scene.
That's
because
fine.
Time has elapsed on both sides of this equation. So that scene will end with them Gwen getting a call from Clark. Yes.
That's completely okay.
Let's say. Alright. I apologize to every viewer. I forgot how he talked, and I tried to do a British accent, and it kept going more Irish. I don't know what to say. Hey, I'll hang myself later. Sorry, Liam.
Yeah, it's fine.
Taking part of your culture, only half.
Yeah,
Irish,
I mean,
I have it in me, but
his name's Brandy.
Yeah, right. It's tough. Just goes there. All right. Oh, before you continue, Ben, your Roll20 working and everything.
Yeah, mine's working.
Oh, okay, good. I forgot to check. So, you guys were gonna go find Varric, where you could have given him just like a text or a call, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
Sorry, real quick now. When is the last time we spoke to Varric? Like us?
Oh, about like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, a billion years ago. Yeah. Well, in game, yes.
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
2 weeks ago. Okay.
I'm sure he might have given you some updates on things, and I'm sure it might have been dismissive, but you guys had decided that you weren't super pro Vale-ish royal influence at the time, and you were being cautious with him. And until Varian's just like, yeah, I'm just working with gaming. And you're like, okay, well, I don't really care then. It's whatever. Whatever reason that happened, it's long in the past that we can all forgive ourselves for not remembering perfectly. Anyway, so you'll head to the governmental building, where you can go meet him. I forget it's like offices and stuff for them. I know the governor like works here and stuff. I don't know what the name for that is exactly. You can meet in the lobby. Sir Varric, you can see him in the corner, sat there. He's reading one of the like magazines from the holders. It's like an interior design magazine. And you see him flicking a page and smiling, going, "Oh!" as he sees a design as it unfolds out, and he's inquisitively staring at it.
Real quick, Liam,
Yeah.
I don't know if we even spoke on this, but what's our play? Are we just gonna say we need a car to smuggle out a fugitive?
I mean, yeah, you guys have had time to prep this in.
I know.
So
Our characters,
so you have plenty of time to establish
in
it.
character, obviously, but I'm asking
Yeah.
out of character.
Yeah, I'm saying like, yeah, go with whatever you want. Yeah, you can talk.
What's the play, big dog?
So we're asking for a truck.
A Cybertruck.
I guess his first question would be, why don't we ask someone else?
I mean, we could just say we're going to Redwall. We need to get to Redwall. We need a car. We could just say that. Pretty simple. It's
just
not
say that.
technically a lie. That's just true. It's a lie by omission.
Yes. But who else? Isn't there someone we could ask for a car first that he'd be curious as to why we don't ask them?
Well, he'll ask why Merlot would probably not give us one. I feel like that's fair.
Yeah.
To which we can respond, well,
Oh, we told
There-
him the last one.
we did not total the last one.
Liam's first go-to is, well, I'm asking to borrow
Hey.
a car. Why? Well, we fucked the last guy we borrowed a car from.
hold on. We fucked up a lot of things that session, but we did not destroy the car.
Yeah, I like how Liam's making up new problems Steve Supernova has caused.
The paint job was pristine on that.
Well, it'd be
bitch.
believable.
It would be, or we could just say, hey, a lot of things happened today, and they put like trucks elsewhere, like for cleanup and like fixing things. We just need like a truck really quickly.
Yeah.
I don't think that's insane. So that would probably be the play, unless you have a.
Yeah, like
Look,
he's worried about the breaches and he's putting all the resources that he has able to the town. Which, I mean, maybe he's probably doing that, right?
Fuck no, I forget her name. I'm sorry, I should know this character's name. Like, but we sent her to Redwall. You know who I'm talking about.
Oh,
Percival?
Percival. Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. We'll just say we're meeting up with Percival or something like that.
They're friends.
Exactly.
Each other. He's
Okay.
pro Percival. He's like, yeah, she should reunite if she could be, haha.
Yeah, man, racism sucks. Anyway, this is fucking
It sucks! Alright. That's your plan.
Do we
You're
think
good, good.
Percival would still be there? She was there yesterday. I don't assume she'd come back.
In
I
the
think-
timeline, it's like like remember, it's been like that
Didn't
was
we
like right
just send
before
her
an
there?
afternoon. Yes, in the
Yeah.
timeline, that basically just fucking happened literally yesterday.
Yes,
it's like noon the next day.
I was about
She's
to say.
obviously still gonna be there.
I wonder if they've gotten news about what happened in the town.
That's
Probably
a good
not.
question.
I mean, well, maybe the Red Fang
Hey.
communication.
Yeah, exactly. Who knows?
It's hard to say.
Maybe they're radicalized.
Does the Red Fang know a bunch of them got killed in a tunnel? Who knows?
True.
We gotta get there.
All right.
We
What's the
should
proper
really
way
get
to
a
address
job.
this guy?
Sir
Sir
Varric,
Sir
Sir Boris, however you. Yeah. He's pretty casual on what you call him, but he's like, he's a proper knight. He's a big deal.
He's been a cool guy.
There's only a couple knights in the round table. There's 12. They're like the high echelon of Valish knighthood and personal loyalty to the crown. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but he's a cool guy. He's pretty personal. He's very loud. As you'll see as you're approaching, he will stand up quickly, folding the magazine back up precisely and putting it politely down on the table. Ah! Young Felix and Aranea! How can I help you? As the receptionist cringes from her desk, goes back to turning up her volume on her headphones.
Hi, Sir
We have a. Well, we need.
Come! Don't block the doorway. Have a seat if you'd like. The magazines and the mints here are wonderful as always. I have only had time to enjoy them very shortly recently. I've been on my feet more than I've been on my back.
Well, we
Believe
don't
me,
have.
It's very hard to sleep on your feet.
We don't have a lot of time. We just.
I
simply
imagine we are all quite busy right now.
Yes.
Ah,
Exactly.
bless your hearts, by the way. You've done an excellent job in service of defending from the recent breaches. Oh, only praise for all of you. You've worked very autonomously and quickly. You've quickly become accustomed to the city. I've barely had to help you around in the recent week. Oh, it's impressive. I like that initiative. You've freed up quite a bit of my time to pursue our own missives here. And to think
Thanks,
Garth was
doing our
worried
best.
I'd be babysitting you. Oh, what a fool Beaumains is once again. He
We are
straightens up
quite
proudly,
adaptable.
smiling at you like you're his children as he adjusts his tie.
Yes, well, I guess on that note, we did have a favor to ask of you.
Ah! A rare favor from Team Supernova? Well, I'm ashamed to know I've given you so few so far. Please!
Well, it's pretty simple. We need access to a truck, if possible.
A vehicle, I see. Well, I can requisition something, I suppose, perhaps. Though, a truck, specifically. A flatbed?
Does that work for us, or do we need something different?
That would be the
Or
best
do we
option.
want, like, a van, XD?
I
Candy
mean,
van, a black-white van
I
to lure
think,
children into.
I mean, a van would also work, I guess. It doesn't
Well,
really
I mean, a
matter.
truck. We're going out of the city. Truck's probably.
You
the
are
best
going on
for out of the
off-road.
city.
We're
The
going
truck is
off
coming.
road. Yeah. We need the flatbed.
Very good. I can tug on my strings to look for one, though I'm surprised. I hope you aren't having too much trouble requisitioning anything from the tight purse of the governor or that Merlot fellow.
Well, the city's just so busy at the moment. So we thought to reach out to you.
Phew. I see their resources are a bit strained. I do wish they would ask for more favors. It's not like it can't be provided to them. I imagine I can requisition one from the military police quite easily. Oh, sorry, let me rephrase that. We've called in more and more of them to come closer to the city and are building one of our encampments nearby the city for the upcoming, incursions from the possible migrations, though the zoning regulations and, allowances have been quite difficult. We can't get as close to the city as we'd prefer. Well, that's a shame with the governor owning so much land around here and being quite resilient to accepting that. But yes, I suppose I could call in on one of them to drive one over for you all. It probably wouldn't take too long. I'm sure there might even be some in the city still that they don't need after the recent incursions into the city.
That's good.
Whatever you can offer would be great.
Yes. I assume you know how to drive stick.
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. Oh, really, Felix? Huh. Your friend Clara mentioned something about it. Miss Sora mentioned something strange about that, but I suppose it might have been a very funny joke. I've never been one for mentally and humor. Not that I find anything wrong with it, it just has a different delivery towards Invale. We're much more focused on the holly jolly sort of thing, rather than the oddities they have up there.
You get used to it.
My friend, he puts a hand on your shoulder. If you truly feel uncomfortable with one's humor, you should face it forward and tell them about it. They will not take it personally if they mean to make you laugh if you tell them it's failed.
I will take that to heart. I thank you
Please
very
do.
much for your advice.
Friends should never have such worries with each other. Well, if this is all I can be, if this is all you need, once again, I feel, humbled. We're a very self-sufficient team. The work ethic they teach you in Shade is quite impeccable. I suppose it is quite the Voration motto to get along with so little.
Thanks. Yes, we try our best to make do.
Yes. Are you all doing quite alright after the confrontations in the city? I know Grimm are definitely in your expertise and all, but the volume of them can be quite worrisome. But along with that Ripper fellow.
Yes, I think we're holding up well. It was quite the day yesterday with the breach and then the Ripper.
Yes. None injured among your team heavily from it?
Nothing we can't handle.
That's good. I'm glad you all don't seem too out of sorts on the thing.
Well, we can have time for licking our wounds later. We are just trying to hold up the best we can while the situation is as dire as it is.
Quite dire, I'd imagine, after all.
Right, but I hate to rush you, but we really should be. This is a little time
He
sensitive.
pulls out his scroll and he's typing. Oh, no worries. I'm sending I'm requisitioning aid as we speak. It's a thing we call multitasking. An old fuddy-duddy like me, I know, might not seem like I've learned such skills you young adults use in your day-to-day, but I can handle typing and talking at the same time. Quite impressed, I might say. I've even taught my mother how to do this, and she's 80. Impressive, isn't she?
That is quite impressive.
Yes. I have to thank you all. After all, she was quite concerned about the state of affairs in the city. You've put her heart at ease. She was back around in the days of the Ripper's original outburst in Vale.
Is that so?
So, I'll have to thank you all for her sake as well, that she can sleep easy at night knowing that that strange man is no longer on the city streets.
Well, there's no need. It was a public
please.
service.
Don't be so humble about these sorts of things. Well then.
I feel like Gwen would ask because she's never really talked with all the people who know about him, so she's actually curious what the city knows about the Ripper, given what happened.
Yeah, makes sense. Given that,
what's a tactful way to ask about it?
Let me take a second. You can also always roll wit to just make it better by power of stats.
I suppose.
Yeah, if you're concerned about that sort of thing. Or like creativity works. Chance, if you want to leave it to fate.
I guess his way of saying off the streets is what clues Gwen in on. That, like, because he would say dead.
Yeah.
If they thought he was dead.
Yeah. You can roll report to figure out what he meant by that also, unless you've been quizzited it yourself. I know my beloved friend Blake likes to, I'm sorry, Blake, I'm being an asshole. I'll stop. You said in chat, I'm sorry.
Come on, man.
We've all been there. You forget, we're in the political arc where you have to pay attention to what people say. True. This is an Ace Attorney game. You have to press.
You're running out of Blake digs.
What did you just say? As the text comes by highlighted. He was locked up, and you go, objection!
The clock.
Actually, we have privately arrested him in an underground secret facility.
That was really cool when you hit him with that clock. Wait, how'd you know it was a clock?
Oh, here we go. But it's been 3 months, he says, on the topic that it doesn't matter the context of time passing.
Stop bullying Blake, he's not even in the scene.
I know, but he's talking back to me. You should be focusing on what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
The ultimate bullying is Blake and I are having a side conversation while you're thinking.
True. All right, I guess I'll roll wit.
Yeah, go for it.
To ask something along the lines of like, what's like the latest he's heard of the Ripper?
Yeah.
It's been so chaotic since we got swept away dealing with, the civilians and cleaning up the Grim situation.
Yeah.
Afterwards, we didn't get any.
What's the situation with the Ripper? Shit like that. Cool.
Luckily, this guy likes me.
He does like you. He does. Or is that all just an act? Do you want to say it in character or just have the meta ask? I'll just attribute what you say in character to the role. Or do you want just meta convey?
This is meta ask it. I've already asked it.
Okay. Oh, sorry. 1 second. I'll text. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, okay. So just let me just clarify. So just saying, like, on what he knows of how the subject ended up on, like, processing, or were you also asking, like, because I know you kind of said, like, this guy knows about the Ripper. Were you kind of saying, like, what they also knew about him in the general? I might
like the old Ripper? Gwen doesn't give a shit about that, honestly.
Okay, cool. Just double check.
She knows it's not the old guy, so she really doesn't.
Yeah, she's just saying, like, what do you know about what just happened now?
Sorry, fans, if you wanted old Ripper lore.
That's fine.
No, Claw already asked about that a long time ago. That's in an episode, so you're good.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah. Oh. Well, right. I suppose you weren't there for any of the processing and all of that, I heard. Not that they needed you for much identification, so you don't have to feel worried about absconding from the scene for any reason like that. No. From what I understand, the processing has already occurred and he is locked up within one of the nearby jails, or nearby baileys in the city. They've already begun casing out the last sighting of him there and dealing with any more identifications from the corpses at the scene of the crimes. But that's mostly for the aggrieved and any of the related dead, and categorizing them for future... Nah, you wouldn't have to elaborate that. You fucking understand why that happens. As for the Ripper himself, though I've not dipped into the case quickly myself yet, well, he kind of strokes his chin a little bit. They have identified him. That I understand.
Gwen looks at Felix as she says, as he's saying they have someone in custody.
Yeah, Felix will look at her, also perturbed, like, okay.
So
the public statement is that he's connected to this continuous string of crimes, but from what I understand, this is a younger man, so it can't possibly fit on the timeline of the previous perpetrator. Though, of course, I understand that you should understand that under our regulatory laws and the Public Conscience Act, that's not public information you can disclose legally.
Yes, of course.
Of course.
No need to spread those things, though. He did seem pretty spry. Not the old man type when we...
Of course.
Battled.
And of most concern is the difference in semblances.
Right.
Yes. From what I understand, his profile, though I can't give more specific details than that, was of an old retired huntsman, though still young in age. Disarmed, but with some dust.
And he's being held in the Bailey. Is it strong
Yes,
enough
is there
to hold?
something so surprising about that? Though that's quite a humble name. It's not the first in-prison semblance user that the Valish justice system has ever faced. The city is quite modern in its actual facilities.
Well, I do hope it can hold him.
Yes, I suppose you would all know quite from firsthand how dangerous they could be, right?
Yes.
Indeed.
He smiles a little bit politely.
If I may ask, how do they plan on keeping a man like that locked up?
The practical method generally comes from strong enough materials to actually cage them, but still, not every huntsman, no matter how strong they are barehanded, can simply wrench themselves out of metal cages in secure facilities. Guards are enough to be able to subdue them as well. The difficulty with the semblance can be mitigated by lack of dust to expand their options for it. Though, also, there are methods with devices to keep prisoners at lower senses of aura. Non-lethal and mostly non-painful shocks can be delivered at regular intervals to keep the body's aura from recovering potentially fully. In common practice, from what I understand, in most facilities with dangerous captives.
Good. It's a weight off my mind.
Yes, I suppose you might be most concerned about his semblance, especially.
Yes, very much so.
Were there any observations you made of it that might be missing from his initial report that the military police and constables observed?
I don't think I've seen the report. What
Yes.
had they heard? Gwen says slyly to not just say, "Oh, it's this," and it's something completely different.
Give me a wit roll.
No. I give her advantage.
I give her advantage.
I say, "Yeah, he's got like the big like cloud." He's like, "What? That's not what we have at all."
Oh, if Gwen rolls a 1, I slap her, so she can re-roll.
From what I understand, they have an idea of most of its applications applied with dust, and a general rule of a non 10-foot closeness, or the standard. Let me rephrase this so it doesn't seem. And the standard rule of remaining a 10-foot distance from a close-range semblance user. Though, as I said, I'm not sure of the full applications of it. Any you've observed in direct contact, I imagine, would go a long ways. From how I understand it, any who directly came in contact with him on their side of things was either, well, currently still out of commission from their injuries or killed, though the deaths on the police force and military police were very minimal compared to the civilian, and their statements can be not as helpful, unfortunately, when it comes to the nuances of actually understanding semblance application. They don't have the experience and training for that sort of thing to particularly look for the differences that would help. Huntsmen, however, like you, would. So a full statement would actually be quite helpful, and though I understand you'll be leaving the city soon, I wouldn't be surprised if they come knocking to get your statements before that.
Well, we would happily give them if asked.
Oh, if you have any details now, I could handle it for them, and not have you have to stand in another room with detectives for hours on end. I know that can be quite frustrating, as your friend Clara already had.
We are still gathering our thoughts as well. It was.
Yes. Oh, plus I love writing reports.
She does.
Ah, a studious young maiden. Makes sense considering your track record here.
Yes, I normally try to do a post-battle assessment. I just haven't gotten around to it.
Of course. It's just the other day. I'm surprised you were all even awake by noon, let alone up and active. I know when I go into battle, my aura can be quite drained. I'm such a layabout on those days. Well then. I suppose we are both busy, and I really have tarried more. I just do enjoy our conversations. But give my regards to Dr. Merlot and everything while you work for him, and, well, I imagine if you're heading to Redwall, you'll run into Percival. Thank her for any help she's provided in the meantime for me, if you don't mind. I would do it personally, but it's harder to get out there currently. And a bit of an hostile environment, I imagine, for someone like me.
Yes.
Did we say we were going to Redwall?
We did not.
Was that
directly.
implied?
We did not directly say that. This entire
Not directly.
conversation.
Is that a you flub, or that's just that he just said that?
He just said that.
I guess where else would we be going?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little sussy. I
I'll just
understand,
let that
Liam.
hang in the
It's a
air.
little sussy.
Why don't
He
just let that
smiles.
hang in the air?
He smiles politely. And will clap you both on the shoulders and bid farewell.
Well, thank you again.
Of course! Anytime, please. I'm always available. Give me a ring.
Of course.
You hear the receptionist sigh and take her headphones off, relieved, as his booming voice is gone. And you will receive a text very shortly after he leaves from a, just like a number, with a military ID and saying the vehicle will arrive in front of the building in 15 minutes.
Oh, dude. Nice.
Yeah.
There's a bomb in it.
One puts her fucking idiots. They thought
The
I wouldn't
fucking
blow, I
Soprano.
wouldn't use the car bomb.
It's a Sopranos car bomb.
I love the Sopranos car bomb.
I can't wait for Gwen to get shot like Chris.
Yeah, a Cybertruck. Get inside.
Liam just imagining Gwen laying on the pavement, just bleeding. Oh, Gwen's in the hospital, guys.
God.
You guys want to wait till you're in the truck scene to start talking, or do you want to talk now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to think.
Felix, you kind of own this. What?
What?
That was a contest? Why didn't you tell me? I love those.
What the fuck? No, that wasn't a mental joust, right?
I hate that loud guy. He's so stupid. Why'd Clara tell him I can't drive, Gwen?
Why did he get a jab in on Clara? We haven't even talked to that guy, and he's making fun of Clara.
No, not yet in the timeline, Blake. Don't worry, but thank you.
Trying to think what Gwen would want to talk about specifically first. We can talk before we get in the car.
Okay.
So
I'll
like,
move you onto the street. 1 second.
yeah,
Okay.
a little
I'm
bit half,
using the,
little bit half secrecy whispering, obviously.
Yeah.
But
I'll assume you guys keep it low.
so what did he mean by they have someone?
That is very concerning.
Al, he's still locked up, right?
Oh, you have your phone. Go. Okay, you're scrolling.
I think so. Do we? Did we decide?
I don't know. It's personal. You can pick. If you do, you have. If you want to, you have it. Right.
Any reason you don't want to, Felix, Ben?
He doesn't even remember my name. I mean, I feel like I'm trying to think. We probably
would have
shouldn't.
talked about where we're going and if we should have our shit.
We probably
Obviously. You guys are doing
shouldn't,
pretty good ops
because
at
we're
this point.
planning to literally break into a facility.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Since the whole plan for getting us is to break into the facility, and you're
We're
asking
going
for a
to
vehicle,
break
and
into
you're
the
also
facility.
asking for a vehicle behind their back to break
Hey.
into the facility. You probably don't bring your phone with
Yeah,
it.
we-
Yeah,
we
you
were-
know,
Liam-
you make a couple good points, and I'll accept them. Gwen did not have her phone with her.
Yeah, we don't want to talk to
Control.
fucking Skynet when we're breaking into Skynet HQ, you know?
Well,
It's-
if he is nice, he won't listen when he does not supposed to.
That does bring up the question of how Clark call you. But we can get to that when we get
had a
there.
rendezvous, I thought.
There we go. Yeah, we'll turn this from a
And-
call to a rendezvous.
No,
Yes,
we
okay.
did.
Clara will
We
call me
did.
like, oh shoot, I forgot.
Ah, fuck. I have my phone. I have my scroll. I'm going back to the room.
We had a plan. We're picking up the car.
Yes,
we're gonna
yes,
meet
yes,
somewhere
exactly.
with
You
the
have a
car.
rendezvous. I'm just saying we'll change that from calling to talking in person. Okay, it's fine. You're not fucked. I'm just one point out. It's funny. Okay. Go ahead. Back to the scene. I'm so sorry.
Yes. So there's like no chance he broke out and they turned him over.
I would say
No.
there's no way.
Was he lying? Or do they have
It could just be the story, or they could be framing someone. I
They
imagine
just
the
have
first.
some guy?
They could be framing an innocent man, but it could just be a story.
I mean, I don't think I wouldn't put it. I don't know if I'd put it past. Wouldn't put it past them to. I mean, it'll put some closure on it. Maybe make the townspeople happier
Of course,
if they
don't
have a
want-
name to put to the murders that have been happening in the news.
I imagine that's part of it. Also, they don't want to say he's missing in any capacity.
Yes, of course. But then none of them asked us where he was. If he knew that they didn't have him, then he must know that we might know where he is.
That is not an impossibility.
I don't know.
Well, while we're doing what we're going to do, I suppose you can run in and check on him. But let's hope that he's not. Well, let's really hope that he's not out again.
I don't think that's the case. If there really is someone innocent, that's not good.
No. We'll have to, I suppose, check in on this I imagine it's just a story. Wouldn't framing someone be a little involved?
I suppose, but if it's the police and the constables and the nobles all in on it, is it involved? They just hand wave it?
I suppose they could do that.
Is Gwen aware of the court system in
Um,
I assume she would know
the
slightly.
basic legal system, maybe?
maybe the basic legal system, but she is from Mistral. It's a bit different over there.
Yeah,
Yeah, I fucking
Give
imagine.
me a acumen roll.
I'm good at those.
You are.
Type of class? Studies? Government class?
Yep.
Oh my
Correct.
God.
Proud of you.
He's a good guy.
Hey, it didn't matter.
What were you trying to be aware of in this question again, exactly?
If there's like, well, I guess if there's I mean, I know meta-wise they mentioned a trial, but Gwen doesn't know that there was a trial, right?
Right. Well,
I
Glenn
guess-
would assume. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You weren't finished.
Yeah, if there's a trial, if there's like, if it's like public justice, or if they're gonna execute this guy in the back alley and just say, "We got him, folks."
Wait,
Now,
hold
Vale
on.
is.
I don't think he mentioned the trial. Wasn't that the other scene with Clara?
Yeah, that's what I said meta-wise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
Vale
sorry,
likely
you meant
doesn't know.
Meta-wise
But
cute.
in game, Glenn would know from her knowledge that Vale does have trials. They are public generally. It's very rare to have closed door trials that's for like very specific affairs, at least knowledgeably. And Vale has had a lot of consistent reform over the years for their judicial system and are quite currently publicly very proud of it. It's one of their higher standards of living things where they're like, we actually have fair courts, we have public juries, we have peers and different systems for making sure the integrity of the trial is given, people are given their fairness and shot at it. We're no longer just like royal magistrates and things. We have elected officials for this now. It's pretty good. Unlike in Mistral, where it's a bit more of an inherited position. And also in Mistral, there's a lot less imprisonment and a lot more forced
Internment.
labor to
Yeah.
work off prison time. Because Mistral doesn't believe in prisons being good. They think they're breeding grounds for hell and attract Grimm. So instead there you
That makes
turn to an
sense.
indentured servitude instead of serving prison sentences.
Right.
You would know for this kind of guy, he would probably, it's pretty intense, he's probably getting the death sentence, but, you know, possibly he could just get prison for life, depending on it. You'd figure that with him being like a dangerous person to hold, possibly, unless they have maximum security shit, it could be a reference of just like, well, it's not worth keeping him alive. He's a dangerous society. Do you want to pay on your taxes to keep him in a high pay to keep him alive? We could probably just kill him. So they probably angle for the death penalty on this guy, but it's not
Sure.
necessary.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, if they're going to put him through a trial, it's not immediately something to worry about. I think this Yusuf Red Wall situation comes first.
Of course.
But I don't want to leave here knowing some innocent person's being potentially executed for crimes they didn't do.
I agree. The man who actually did it should pay for it.
Gwen bites her lip, doesn't say anything.
Yeah, it's of note also to Gwen, obviously, with the acumen roll, to consider that he's like... Well, he did also say he's pretty sure he was a huntsman. So, like, he gave you, like, a dip of a profile, in the sense that, like, I can't tell you the name, but I can tell you some details. It's like, well, it didn't sound like he just had literally some guy, theoretically, unless he's just blatantly lying about that, obviously.
It's true.
Yeah.
Oh, what if What if fucking
I know, Garrett
Piper has
Strider.
a puppet
Oh.
that looks just like him? She sent him to jail. Said, "This is the guy."
This is the guy.
And
I
I
thought you were
snap
gonna
his
say,
neck
what
and
if-
then wood shards.
I thought you were gonna say, what if it's Meridian's dad? I gotta be honest.
Dude, that's
Nah.
way funnier. What if it's
I was
Meridian's
thinking it's
dad?
Garrett Strider.
Garrett Strider.
He's coming back. He's like, what am I doing in this season?
I mean, there's literally no other huntsman.
I
in this
thought you was
company, so-
18! Mr. Strider!
Mr. Strider.
Mr. Strider, you are not on trial.
I
for
thought
whatever you're
he
talking
was
about.
17! Please
Tell
stop,
me Gwen
Mr.
looks
Strider.
18. Tell me that to my face.
She does.
Sure.
Smile.
Unsmile.
Unsmile.
Yeah, when is our GTA car delivery getting here?
All right, and then yeah, I guess we could just go off there.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Lou, I didn't
around
mean to
now,
put
as you're
you
thinking.
along.
Around now, as you're thinking, you can see across the street, pulling up. You'll get flagged over to cross when there's a moment as your vehicle has arrived.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Oh, yeah.
You'll,
It's a
salute
car bomb.
as you approach. Huntsman, here. All gas, all filled up with dust and ready.
Thank you.
Keep it for as long as you need, within a week. That's
Of
the best we can
Shouldn't
do
be
with
any
this
longer
one.
than that.
I really hope not.
Thank
Gotta
you.
say, really appreciate your work in the breach. We could have lost a lot of men to that. It's the least we can do.
Oh,
Thank you, Supernova.
happy to help. It's all part of the job.
So professional and still students. Incredible. I wish my son were like you at his age. Why? He's, Oh, well, you don't need to hear.
Yeah, we really gotta. We must go.
So do I. Well,
Do you need a ride?
No. I'm going to be surveying the area here. Heading to the outskirts. We're getting close to the migration coming nearby, and the ones of us who have been allowed to have been deployed in the city are working on guaranteeing a watch around the area and working on manning some of the defensive systems. I gotta tell you, he sighs, the locals here are really hostile to help. The local wardens and everything keep us on real short sticks with what we're allowed to help them with. They give you that kind of trouble here too?
Well, it's person to person.
Maybe it was something I said. Shucks. Oh. Good luck, Supernova. Hope it helps. Across the street. Ah! Sorry, I'm a psychopath.
You're too funny.
Now ASMR gets hit by a car, falls on stage. gets hit by a
ASMR.
car. If there was just one more car, I wouldn't have made it. Fuck.
Final drive.
Well, I'm getting in the. Yeah.
Felix gets in the
what?
back and spreads out. This is comfortable.
I'm not your chauffeur.
Fine. You know I say to you.
I just don't want to be asked to drive.
You can control the radio.
Sorry, I just had the thought. It's like Felix gets always told not to sit in the front because when he tilts his head, his antlers hit the rear view mirror and fuck it up every time.
Oh, that's so true. Well, you can't sit in the back. It's hard to fucking see.
Hey,
Fucking
exactly.
antlers in the way.
So wait, is this like an actual like topless like Jeep or something? Or is
Yeah,
it like an
absolutely. This is like a
that's-
military. You can pull up a hard tart top, but this is like a military like.
That's awesome.
This thing
You
is
know-
built for
You know
it.
this guy's like, yeah,
All
send
right, we
the send the
parked
one without
this,
This thing has
Oh.
fucking ammo in it.
All right, just before we even think about going there, we parked this shit like a mile off and then walk in.
I'm so glad Liam thought about that. I'm so proud of Liam. I was
Of
gonna
course.
see it, and you guys got baited.
Of course, of course.
You can't slip one by me.
This
Hey,
thing
hold
is
on,
this
wait,
thing's
whoa,
got
whoa.
a back-mounted machine gun that can unfold in it. This
No
thing's built-
fuck. It's the Jeep from Dead Rising. No fucking
I'm
way.
dual wielding.
Hell yeah.
No wheeled.
All right. So you guys can get driving. This can be also the car map. That's the song I want.
The car map.
You know, the equivalent of it.
Yeah.
Right.
What song is this? That's a little too serious. Yeah, there we go.
What the fuck?
Drive it over.
All right.
Gwen will probably be quiet for a little bit as they're driving over. And then eventually we'll probably speak up after maybe like, I don't know, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I don't know. It's a big city. I assume it takes a while.
Absolutely, right? It took you like 30 minutes to get here in the first place.
Right. You think we're going about this the wrong way? I mean, think of all the damage yesterday that's like all his fault. I just don't know. I mean, I know we have him locked up now, but I know he probably shouldn't let him risk him being free in the city.
Well, I feel as if there's very little hope of that happening. Not to mention, we can mitigate that if it comes to that.
Yes, I know, but even like, just should we even? I don't like saying it, but I mean, it's too risky to be left alive. I mean, all those people yesterday got hurt because of him.
I'm surprised to hear you admit that. I
mean, it's just the facts, right?
Yes, the man is a monster. And had I been just a slight bit faster... Well, it doesn't matter. He'll be taken care of.
Well, I'm taken care of. I mean, taking the red wall, I don't think it's a great idea.
Red wall.
Yeah. The plan, taking Yusuf to red wall.
Oh, I see. No. Excuse me, Gwen. I thought you were speaking on the man who murdered people in front of us.
Romeo?
Yes.
No. Yusuf. It's completely different.
Yusuf is an idiot.
He's...
Romeo is dangerous. Well, I suppose that's not entirely fair. They're both dangerous, but one of them is much more dangerous, clearly.
Gwen just pauses. Her brain just rethinking the entire meme conversation they just had. Thinking how all the things she said about Yusuf can apply to Romeo. They're not. But Romeo's a good person. Yusuf is a self-centered, self-righteous, gutter rat trash who only thinks about himself.
I won't dispute that, but the other man cut people in half in front of us. In front of their friends, potentially family. I don't mean to dredge this up, Gwen, but the victims, I mean, I'm sure there's a list by now. I feel like that's a little bit more than what Yusuf did, even if he is insufferable. Someone like Romeo needs to be taken care of. He's much too dangerous.
It's not his fault. He was a huntsman.
So what?
It's just...
Is he owed killing people? Just a few?
No, No.
He killed people in front of us. It's not something you can deny.
Gwen just silently thinking. in her head, she's like sort of split the Ripper and Romeo in like two halves in her head. She saw the Ripper cut them in half, but she like restrained Romeo, right?
Yeah. It's a bit of a shock. I mean, she had a very pretty coherent conversation with him, all things considered, after everything that happened. It's easy to pretend those are different people. Yeah.
I don't know.
He's a murderer. It doesn't matter whatever's wrong with him. It can't be fixed.
And like bites her lip, thinking,
Gwen, it is part of our job to deal with people like that. And I would have. I was just a tiny bit faster.
Oh. Gonna stop the car on the side of the street. We pull over. I'll meet up with you. I gotta go. I'll just meet up with you.
I see. I hope I did not say anything to... Felix was like, kind of looked down at the dashboard and like, I'm sorry, Gwen. I was just saying...
No. It's okay. I'll see you back at the spot.
Right.
Gwen will hop out of the car and walk off into the street.
Yeah, let me bring you over to where you stop real quick.
If only that wasn't a serious scene, I would end up with a funny joke. Fuck.
What do I do now?
I was like, actually, can I walk away?
You can do a Family Guy cutaway after my scene.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see. One could walk down to the next street. She hears Felix fidget with the car and then take off as she'll walk down the street and find herself, unfortunately, having stopped by Culver Lane, the scene of the attack last night. Has been sectioned off quite a bit.
Yeah, Gwen will slowly walk by, pushing her way past, I guess, all these people who are onlookers into the crime scene.
Yeah. There's some traffic and people turning around after seeing it, but plenty of gawkers asking. Some news reporters and saying some constables being pretty harsh on shooing them off and things. Military police around.
Gwen will head up to the police line.
Yeah. One of the military police nearby will go to stop you. Pause as he kind of sees you and then recognizes you. He'll say, "Oh, you need in?"
Yeah, I just wanted to take a look around.
Make way for the huntsman! As people whip their head around and you see recognition. Some people murmur. They know you from either, your stint at the Vital Festival or seeing you around town, or just the idea of a huntsman. And you get a general bit of relief in the area as a couple of people smile over at you. You hear a few claps and things. And you hear the military police guy chuckle and as he looks at you, as opens the wet caution tape for you. As you're welcomed with a bit of a hero's welcome to the scene.
Yeah, Gwen will enter.
Yeah. And everyone will not give you any second glances. It's like you're expected to be here. You see people looking over at you and nodding a bit more reassuredly to themselves. And, I see, fuck, you guys just on the token layer down here, that's funny. And you can see the scene. There's plenty of debris, damage to the buildings and things. Parts of broken buildings and things that you remember either people getting slammed into or you all having to having to pivot off of in the fight against the Ripper itself. Dents in the street where cars were thrown. Scrapes of blood from either yourselves, Romeo, or the civilians in the area at the initial scene. Most of the car debris has been pulled away, but there are still a couple nearby that are being like photographed by some constables and detectives nearby. You see a couple of people are being not interrogated, questioned by some people nearby.
Mhm.
There's still a faint sense of tension in the air that you can feel more as you walk over, whether it's yourself or just the scene that causes it.
Mm-hmm. One will slowly walk through the scene, and she like heads closer to the scene.
Yeah.
And she starts seeing kind of like where they first encountered the Ripper. She sees like a blood splatter in the street, and she thinks back
where a
to
crowd of people returned to mist.
Yeah, where she thinks back and just pictures the halves of bodies flying through the air, blood splattering over the street.
You hear the
Picturing
people
the
talk.
Ripper walking out of the alleyway.
You hear the people talk. Are you gonna take any pictures over here? Well, I mean, normally that's for like the scene of the crime, but it's kind of hard to position the bodies when they were mostly just parts. So I don't think the detectives have much to take there. Goddess. Yeah, I guess not. They're just talking amongst themselves.
Yeah, Gwen basically tunes all that out as she's kind of walking through.
Mhm.
She kind of like heads towards like where the battle was, and she'll like kneel down, like touch the dried blood on the street. She that she considers all that happened.
Oh yeah, definitely. Gwen's kind of squatted down. She can look around, and she sees under this car is like a rack, obviously, and she sees kind of buried under parts of it, some broken bits of metal and stuff. And Gwen can see even like some of the things she recognizes more clearly, like bits of her chain that were broken up in the fight itself from her own weapon and things like that. So, stuff that either hasn't been touched because it was part of the scene, or more like it's just part of the absolute debris in the area.
Right. Gwen will sort of like, for a moment, like freeze up. As if when she froze up in the combat hit by the Ripper's semblance. She's kind of frozen herself before she calms herself and heads towards her broken chain. And pieces of it. She'll kind of pick it up and pick up pieces of it. And just like hold it in her hands, looking down on it, thinking like she wasn't able to restrain Romeo. She couldn't keep him from doing what he did. He broke free and did all those heinous actions that she doesn't want to think on, but is reliving as she's kind of focusing on it.
Yeah. The debris, all of this, it's impossible not to in the area, so yeah. It's pretty in your fucking face here.
She just clutches the broken chain in her fists and is just trying to hold back her own tears as she's thinking, Romeo did this. And she sort of just realizes she can't separate the two. He's the Ripper. He's as unfortunate as it is, he's a monster. She doesn't, even now, she doesn't want to believe it, but she knows it's just how it is. And she She just keeps staring at the chain. And yeah, she I think she'll just gather a few pieces that she can. This is just a reminder of her failing Romeo.
Yeah.
And she's probably just gonna walk off
Yeah. As you
into an alleyway.
Yeah, as you go to walk off towards this alleyway, like zone over here, the constable will open it up for you, and he'll stop you. I assume like this alleyway over here. He'll stop you, put a hand on your shoulder, and go, "You're a real hero, you know that? Did good work. Saved a lot of lives."
But I'll probably just bump his shoulder off. She's yeah.
Tips his hat as you walk off.
She goes off into an empty alleyway if she can, and just crumples on the ground and just cries.
Very good. And is going sobs on the alleyway. She's none too aware at someone looking down on her out of sight, smiling to himself. And we'll fade out from there.
Bro, what does he fucking mean by that?
I just gave Liam a jump scare because he doesn't. I don't know if Liam knows who the fuck this is.
That's the guy from the fucking alley. The
Oh
drug
yeah,
alley.
you're back by the homeless place. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. As he chuckles
goodness.
to
He's a
good guy.
himself, as he strokes his chin.
I really thought you were
I'll
gonna say, and
play-
then Boots appears to call
And then
you
Boots appears.
cringe.
Oh, you're
No, as
crying.
this man
you're
strokes
crying.
his chin and chuckles quietly to himself. A great idea forming in his head. Let me see. Where do we go next?
Is Gwen
people
gonna
are-
get shot up with like heroin in an alleyway? Is he gonna have like a blow dart full of fucking Jabberwock? Man, Gwen is really fucking late to the meetup. I feel like she let her walk off into a fucking alley.
The alleyway?
Gwen,
Felix, what?
Felix, she got attacked by a drug addict.
What? She's an adult. She can handle one drug addict. They're not
Gwen and
very
her-
strong.
Gwen and her drug thing is, you're a hero, hero.
Fe-
You're a
Felix,
hero.
Felix,
You're a
Felix,
hero.
Go, hero.
You
Felix,
feel like a hero yet? Spec
Liam
Ops.
rolling his eyes as I have another character go, thanks, hero. Yeah,
Felix,
fucking
what-
cool, though.
Felix, was the
Back off
car
in the
this
fucking
banged
line.
up when you got it?
Huh? Yes.
Felix shows up in a different car. Gwen doesn't ask.
I got it repainted.
I got a cooler one.
It's
I went to the
completely
chop-
different.
I went to the
This-
chop shop and customized it.
I sold it for crap.
You know that's in this game, right?
Sorry, I got 3 stars. I had to repaint it, so I lost the stars.
Exactly. Okay. Viridian.
Oh boy.
You had done your actions already, but you obviously were dropped off at a random corner.
Yes.
And obviously, as we all discussed together, there is some location where you're all going to meet, right?
Yes.
So you'd be heading there.
Yes.
Now, does Viridian like taking taxis?
Kind of. It's weird. It feels fancy to him.
Fair enough, fair enough. Okay. Well, I was just curious how he's going to get there, if he's going to, like, use some alleyways he knows as a quick way over, if he's going to grab a taxi or something. He wants to think on his way over.
Definitely some alleyways.
Perfect.
This feels
Love
important. This feels important, and taxis feel leisurely to him.
Exactly.
Like
Oh,
I
yeah,
said-
they're
like I
luxury.
said-
Okay.
Like I said, they feel fancy.
I definitely baited you with that. I explained my question wrong. Sorry. Yeah, they feel fancy. That's a
Sorry,
cruise.
I just want to chime
Fuck,
in.
you're killing me.
I imagine Verdion's home is like being like these giant trees that like just canopy everything, that people just live in like this serene like forest paradise kind of location.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the descriptions of Sleepy Hollow. It's
Yeah.
very serene and
It's
peaceful.
very serene. It's the kind of place where they got butterflies that look like fairies. And
Yeah,
fireflies and shit.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's basically Pandora.
Exactly. Yeah, big fucking trees. They're like 20 feet fucking radius. 40 by diameter. Fucked up because it's in the Verdant Vale.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Asviridian is let me get in the alleyway. I don't like this new roll 20 layering system. I have trouble telling what's on GM layers half the time now.
Same.
It's really weird.
You
that
should
they
be able to
fucked
change
that
the
up.
general opacity.
Oh, I can? Okay.
Yeah.
I should fool with that later, I suppose.
I have trouble now clicking the layer I actually want to be on.
Yeah, I hate the layer system. I like the old one
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
Alright, so Asviridian makes his way pretty quickly through alleys in the sense of I don't like lingering when I see a weird fucking Jabberwocky addict just kind of conked out on the side.
Yeah.
But he will. As he's walking down one of the alleyways. I presume he normally has a bird casually.
Yeah, he's got to look out for himself.
Yeah. He will see laying in wait on one of the alleyway roofs before you come, just kind of relaxed, is Boots.
Oh my fucking god, Boots.
And she's
Yes.
as she's on her scroll and quickly puts it away as her ears twitch and she looks down the alleyway and then she starts to look up in the sky for a while until you see her kind of recognize the bird and smiles at it.
Oh,
Wryly. She
Oh,
will
good.
signal down towards the alleyway like, you coming? To at the bird.
He's going to, you know what? He's going to like rub his temple for a second, but then it's gonna be like, oh man, well, at least she's not hostile. Like she's not jumping at me with her teleporting bullshit.
Yeah, right.
And even if she wasn't hostile, he's like, at least she's not teleporting in front of me and spooking me.
Yeah.
So he'll be like, and what the fuck? Okay, that was weird for a second. Yeah, he's going to groan, and Bird is still going to be hovering there, but Viridian's quite adept at climbing from all his time in shade and at home. So he's just going to go climb up this dumpster and then up the wall.
It's a smile. She'll wait lazily as you make your way over.
He'd rather not do this on the street.
As she'll wait as you carefully make your way over these speckled roofs of the back alley buildings that are all multi-layered and things and awkward heights.
Oh jeez, what is... why is it so steep? Nothing like
Try not to
shade at
get a
all.
foot stuck.
Yeah, I'm coming. This isn't like shade at all. I miss those flat roofs.
You can tell which parts of the cities were built with a different design in mind. Some of these ghettos they threw up didn't exactly have the standardized construction regulations and were just sent off to different groups to quickly build and sell. Well, that's what happens when you try and make a city out of a can.
Well, it is what it is.
So, as Boots will vanish from your sight and lean up against one of the chimneys next to you and wrap an arm around, not your shoulder, because that's too high, but just kind of like on an arm as she leans on you. Well, I think last time was a bit of a high-intensity situation, and, well, let's just say, wasn't exactly happy with the way things shook out. I mean, you all seemed pretty happy to comply with that psycho.
Yeah, Viridian had the minor jump when she did the teleporting just because he doesn't like that. Because, like, there was a... Yeah, there was that girl who's definitely in the White Fang who could teleport before on the beach. Was there someone in the Vital Festival who could also do the same thing?
So, yeah.
And there's fucking Ollie.
Yes.
Too many people who can do this bullshit.
Yeah.
It
There are
freaks
plenty of
him
people
out.
who can move in things, but Boots is the one you've noticed who seems the most competent at utilizing it without limitations.
Yeah.
And it's an instant, and there's no noise. Unlike some of those which would have sounds or effects, like Kurzweil would have to like rip things to like shoot across space. Barclay would appear with a bit more of a noise and a flourish, and it had some limitations on it. It felt like from fighting him, but Boots just always appears somewhere relaxed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't think I haven't noticed that. Viridian was thinking about how would I fight someone like this way back when Ollie was the only one he knew who could do it.
You feel her tail kind of lazily flicking against your leg.
Yeah, he will be like, yeah, I bet you thought that. And you can go ahead and double and triple think it. You'll come up to the same thing. What do you want us to do in that situation?
Well, the least you could have done is given me enough time to get our pal out of there together. Oh, Yusuf. He's not dead, is he?
Nah, he ain't dead. But, can't vouch for how healthy he is. I haven't seen him since he got swallowed up in one of those puppets. Felix talked to him, I hear. So I guess he's doing alright.
I'm surprised that kid talked to him. He doesn't seem like the type to enjoy that sort of thing.
Well,
they get along great.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how serious the kid can be when it calls for it.
I'd hope so. This is some pretty serious stuff after all.
Yeah. About as serious as confessing to inciting someone else to going on a murdering spree. Now why do you think your friend Yusuf went all and said all that last time?
Because he's a loudmouth. That kid? She'll reappear on the top of the roof again, kind of just folded like one leg up, holding her knee and resting her chin on it. Now, Buzala knows that if you want to be the big dog around the place, you have to bark loudest. You don't think a kid like him would take any opportunity to brag about what he can? He's too young to recognize the dangers of that. Besides, he likes picking fights more than he likes worrying about what happens after them. Doesn't have a lot of future plans for himself.
Alright. I can accept the fact that he's mighty stupid. Viridian will point at Boots, hoping she stays there long enough for him to point at her.
She smirks.
It will be like, so tell me straight, you think it was just bullshitting about that?
Well, I don't know if it's just bullshit. I think it's a kernel of truth. Yusuf's a clever enough kid, but he doesn't come up with things for no reason. I'm sure his semblance got out of whack and caused something he didn't mean it, but it's a lot nicer to say he meant to when he probably just was pissed himself when he did it. After all, your, pal? She raised an eyebrow, thinking of Romeo. Amigo? Whatever he is? Seemed a little feral. More so than any faunus I've ever met in my actual life. Believe me, I've heard feral come out of a lot of people's mouths. I don't think it takes more than a stiff breeze to set someone like that off, and knowing what Yusuf's semblance can get to someone who's calm, cool, and collected like myself, wouldn't surprise me if he accidentally set him off once. Probably set him off for the next 10 years off that. Though I don't think Yusuf exactly is the kind of kid to have much of a plan with that. He, proposed it as one to me once. But I've known him since he was a squirt. He's just trying to talk big about it.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I'm not afraid to admit it. I gotta admit some things after all. I'm pretty desperate to make sure this kid doesn't get locked up and killed in some back room I can't find. And believe me, I poked around a bit myself.
Alright, I got 3 questions for you.
Ooh, wow, what are you, a genie?
No, I haven't found one of them yet. Still looking.
Well, go on. She waves a hand.
So, what did Yusuf propose to you that you turned down?
Well, I mean, I think you can guess. Yusuf said, something like, "Oh, well, I got a hunchman. I might be able to make a couple things happen." You know, trying to sound like he had a better connection to things. Yusuf's looking to be useful to people. He's angry and upset. So of course he was interested in the Red Fang. You don't think I tried to keep him at an arm's distance, though? He's pretty young and, well, I prefer people I can work with who I have a good read on. Yusuf could use a couple of years to cool off and consider what he might like out of things before he goes and commit to this. Just because he remembers the good old days back in, well, Bunker Hill. Doesn't mean he should keep himself involved in this if he doesn't have to.
Right. Right, 2. You want to get Yusuf out of here. Understandable. Finn's going mighty south for the operation you was all a part of. And if you think he's just a kid who needs some time to get himself together, then where do you expect him to go after this?
Well, I was hoping to keep him at least in Redwall before all of this, but things are a little dicey now. I know there's probably going to be some blow up over whatever happens with the migration. Armies on the border of where they're allowed without causing an entire civic incident within the Valish, well, monarchy at this point. So, she kind of winces a little bit. That's not good for anyone who's nearby and gets caught in the crossfire. I've been trying to keep my people from keeping their noses out of things in the meantime, let alone Yusuf. Before this, he would have fell through the cracks completely. They're not going to waste their time on a kid like him. But if somebody knows, well, I guess it comes down to how much sway whoever, well, the Merlot Industries has a connection with. If that would get back to anyone up in higher government. If it would, I don't know. Smuggle them over the border. Shade seems like a pretty comfy spot from what I've heard. Oh, come on. You're so good at babysitting him already. You'd be doing me a great favor. You guys love doing favors for the Fang. I saw the Vital Festival.
Weren't we already doing you a favor finding him?
Yep. But I feel like you owe me a little bit after getting me running away with my tail between my legs before. Besides, I get the feeling like, as she stretches out a little bit, you probably would want a little couple of favors old good old Boots could pull for you personally, huh?
Well, I'd head...
crosses her legs again and sits at like Indian style, smiling, tail flicking.
Yeah, I guess you're right about that. We could probably use something from you sooner or later.
Oh, definitely. She pauses and blinks and kind of tilts her head for a little bit and smiles. Well, maybe I assumed a little too much of you if you think sooner rather than... Or if you think later rather than sooner.
Well, you know me. Well, you don't know me, but I'm a bit
I got an idea of you, actually.
Good. Oh, then you should probably have been able to figure out I'm a bit of a slow reader. I don't like to close books too soon.
Ah, I got it.
Alright, so, third question. After all this happened, after Yusuf went and blew his mouth and made us so very angry that we let him get stuffed in a puppet and taken out, you think there's any chance he's gonna go along with, I just need a quick reminder that we did, like, talk with Boots about, oh, you wouldn't want us to find Yusuf? We wanted to find him, too, because we want his help with Redwall. We mentioned that part, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that was part of your... You're both oh, yeah, we both want that.
Yeah, good. I just needed to make sure. I think there's any chance at all he's still gonna go along with, the whole Redwall situation.
She sighs and almost looks like for a second she's not, like, completely keeping up with her chipper attitude as her ears twitch down for a second. Look. And she kind of fixes herself. Yusuf's a pretty angry kid. I don't know what's happened now to him, so I don't imagine it'd be easier, but I want to at least give him a chance to say something. If he says he's not going to do it, then I'll worry about just trying to get you to smuggle him over the border. But Redwall's a real nice place. It's what the hill used to look like when things were peaceful. And I know he liked running his, self around that place, playing with his semblance back then and making everyone have a good time, so... It might be a good push for him to get back on that streak of things.
Oh my god, you talking about the same kid who's been messing with us this whole time?
Aw, little Puzola was everyone's favorite little brat back then. He was a certified genius, unlocked his semblance when he was just a little 6-year-old or something. Grandma was pretty proud of him.
Huh. Jeez. Wow. Time's been real rough on him then, I can see.
Oh yeah, he's only got one trick nowadays.
Well. Still. I guess there was just enough space in what I've been thinking about to give Pizzola one little chance to convince me he's still a good option for this.
Sure, what is it?
See, I just got one question I gotta ask him. Want to hear what he says about it. Because one thing's wrong in all of this. And I'm not quite sure how to square that.
Wow, only one? I can think of a few.
Yeah. Just one. And that's... If he had something to do with Romeo's situation, breaking down like that, and don't get me wrong, Romeo was not in a good place. It wouldn't have taken much, I'll admit that, to have him have some kind of psychotic episode. But if Pizzola did have something to do with it, the Ripper's been around for a while. There's been a lot of attacks. Pizzola, from what I know, what I saw, he was pissing himself terrified when he hid in that trash can by one of those attacks. Why would someone put themselves through that so many times if they were the instigator of it?
You don't think my little Puzola might have gotten a guilty conscience about things, do you? Look.
There's one other thing about the vision I saw, and that's what I want to ask him personally.
Ooh, a vision. I guess you've really been hitting the back streets, huh?
I've been putting in the footwork.
I'd be careful with those. Those... Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, he's like, thanks for the advice. But I tend to keep an open mind. Give people as much trust as they deserve. Not an inch more.
Hey, open mind's all good, but some of those charlatans over there from Shade can really put some ideas in your head. Don't know why they do it for Pizzola's sake, after all, but I'm just saying, you leave an open mind, you leave a lot open. Nah. But if I had to guess from Pizzola, well, he might say something different, but, well, you could just ask him about what his semblance really does, after all. That might make him better off about it.
Fine. I'll take that into consideration when I talk to him.
Boot smiles a little bit. So, I got a question for you, though.
Fine.
What you been yapping about to this fancy guy?
What have I been yapping about? Been giving him some intel on what's been going on with the mayor's business and Mr. Merlot and his assistant and what we've been finding out in our huntsman work around town. I mean, I mean, just that general stuff.
Good, good. That's some pretty suspicious fellas around there. You haven't been talking about the Fang, though, have you? Wait, let me... let me rephrase that. Who in the Fang have you been talking about?
Well, it was a while ago that I mentioned to him how we found the Fang working and bringing in those shipments on the Irons train. Of course, nothing was supposed to come from that. He's a real putz, but I get the feeling he at least knows how to play a bit of the game. So, I hadn't taken any credit for that situation blowing up.
No, I wouldn't either. Sounds like we all know the problem there. That's fine, though. You ask me, everyone got a little too overzealous with the operation in the first place.
Oh, and they did ask me if I knew anything else about the Fang in that last little meeting I had. I didn't have too much to give them, just that we have been annoyed a couple times by this one person poking their business into us.
Guilty as charged. What can I say? Herding cats is pretty difficult. I would know from experience.
So, luckily I didn't have a name to give them. But, I mean, if you're well known, they've got your description now.
No, he definitely knows who I am. He probably just lied about the nickname, not knowing it. That's good to know. I wasn't planning on staying too long. Well, the plan was to help try and get some of our operation out of the city in the first place before things really blow over here politically. But it's looking more and more difficult after Kursada decided to stick his nose in this place. Guess you could say we were pulled in 3 different directions, and, well, now that Oro kicked the bucket, it's a little harder to advise some passivity on the actions we've got running here.
Yeah, I feel that. We're on a bit of a time crunch ourselves. Gonna be shipped out of here in a couple days.
So, tell you what. How about a little bit of trust here? I've got a bit of a proposition for you.
Well, let's hear it, and then I'll let you know if we can have a deal.
She'll dig into her pocket and pull out a piece of paper that she'll fold up into a paper plane and throw it at you.
Ah, gosh.
Yeah.
Catch it.
Almost step on a floor or a roof tile that almost cracks, and you quickly fix yourself and then grab the plane. Run that. However you need to. However your little connection works to your fuddy-duddy friend.
Alright. Got one more meeting with him to get the information I want, so I can do that.
Their coordinates.
Oh.
I scheduled the dates and everything for them that you need. It's like in a couple days at a certain time.
Alright.
Get him, however you need to say it, to understand that that's where he can find the Red Fang.
I can't imagine, even if you have some difference of opinions with those other fellas, that you'd be selling out your friends like that. Is some kind of trick?
Look, there's not going to be any need to go off getting some military police or whatever military contractors they hire on the side in there to get shot or anything. We are not about blowing up buildings so publicly. It's not like we have a statement. I just want their forces elsewhere so I can get my people out of the city. And, well, if one of those happens to be Kursada's crew, I mean, no skin off my back if some of the more radicals get put in some cages. I prefer our operations to be successful.
Ooh. Well, that just happens to be the kind of trick I like. Alright. So, this is, well, I like the proposition. Is there anything more to it than this?
Just get that to them, and, well, I can make sure that I put on my best convincing voice for Yusuf once we, well, get him out of his current predicament. Alright?
Yeah. Speaking of that, things might get a bit tricky getting him out.
How
He's
hard could it be?
He's a long way down, and
She furrows her brows.
getting in and out kind of involves taking an elevator that's, you know, our friend who stuffed him up in there. Well, I mean,
How long of an elevator?
Dang, it was a couple minutes in there.
If it's industry standards, she pauses. Huh. They had a facility that deep down, huh?
Yeah,
Wow.
seems like it.
Merlot has more skeletons in the closet than I ever could have imagined.
Yeah, so, you know, hopefully, since he could still be useful to this plan, they'll just let us take him out. And then we'll let him scamper off past the horizon to go live out his life somewhere once everything's all done. But
Do you think these people will really care if they took that much time to bring him down there?
yeah, I mean,
Are they keeping him for anyway?
did you say what are they or where are
Yeah,
they keeping him?
what are they?
So, you know, we talked about needing to get him on board with a plan to help save Redwall's people from the migration, but he doesn't need to be in a cell for that.
Oh, no.
So, I thought originally that she would keeping him up in there because she was just as upset as we were about him admitting to causing Romeo's dilemma. But
Seemed real fired up. Seemed
Yeah.
at least.
yeah. So, it might come to pass that we might have to sneak him out of there.
Oh, definitely. I have to tell you, I don't think, Amis, anyone takes someone to a facility that, well, off the record and incriminating, unless they plan on killing them in them.
Yeah. I mean,
Might have come into thought once or twice for you, I'm sure. I know you said you're slow on the upkeep, but you're not dumb.
yeah, so that's why I actually got one more question for you.
Go ahead. I feel like this has been very productive.
How does your little jumpy trick work?
Well, I don't like to give out all the secrets, but we're talking logistics that are important to me, so it's based on comfort.
Comfort.
Cats get everywhere they want to. It's not exactly something I can go across the continent with, if that's what you're asking. It's based off sight, and I need a spot to perch on.
Oh, it's based on sight, you say?
Mm-hmm. So depending on how long the elevator is, without any sort of telescopic device, it'll be difficult to see the other side of it. Unless, well, yours happens to extend outside just your own vision. You a sharer?
Oh, wow. It's funny you should mention that.
I'm a funny girl.
You sure are.
She smiles.
Oh
Well-
god, Viridian enjoyed this.
Guess we figured that situation out pretty easily. And she'll stand up and stretch a little bit.
Yeah, we did.
You should be really careful, Mr. Amis. I don't think the Red Main's a real fan of someone cheating on her.
And that was out of character.
What?
The thing I said in chat just now was out of character.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know, she's just insinuating that.
I know. Viridian will be like, Oh, well, I mean, I ain't trying to hide anything from her. It'll be a fun prison escape story to tell her when I get back.
Oh, I'm sure she'll have plenty of fun details in it. Sure. As Rich just rolls her eyes like you. You give me a rapport roll.
Yeah, I will. I mean,
Yeah.
I was probably gonna ask the fuck you talking about, but
Yeah, that's
also
fine. Oh yeah, you
it
can
was
just
just
ask that
fun.
also. Yeah.
Let me just go and check my rapport thing again. What is it? Oh yeah, plus 10. Yeah.
Plus 10.
Yes, I put a point. I
You
put my
only put
points in the
points in
report. Every single level, I put the maximum points I can into rapport and weapon.
Yeah, dude. He's got a system.
I've been maxing.
Boots you get the idea that Boots was rolling her eyes, feeling like knowing you're trying to keep casual, but also are clearly confused by what the fuck she's talking about.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, you know something I don't know, you know?
I told you, I figured you'd need help sooner than later. But we can focus on the job for now. So,
Alright.
set up a rendezvous time for today rather than later, alright?
Yeah, we're going down there as soon as we can.
Sure.
Felix and Gwen are already getting our ride out of the city.
Great. I will be by the facility then. Out of sight and out of mind.
Hmm.
You find your little birdie with me, alright?
Yeah.
Or you find me with your little birdie.
Oh, I will.
Well, this has been a productive chat. And remember, dates and coordinates. He'll really appreciate those.
Oh, I'm
Boots
sure he will.
Walk up onto the top of the building and tilt and start to look like she's sliding down it, but just like vanish off the other side of it.
You can't trick me! I knew you were gonna do that! Fucking show off.
She's having fun.
Oh,
And,
you know, it was a fun talk. I should have talked to Boots more, damn it.
Yeah. And with that, I am gonna go take
A few moments later.
Larma. You've been standing here. The phone's gone off a couple of times, and you hear Al's voice, adjusted because it's right next to your head. It's also not a phone, it's a scroll. I would like to inform you that the rest of the scrolls of your Team Supernova are most likely on the desks back at the Catfish Inn.
Why
I
didn't
feel I
why didn't
don't
you
deserve this sort of reputation.
why didn't you remind me when we were there to leave you there?
Why would I do that?
Well,
I'm here to help you.
Well, probably.
Why did they leave them there? I believe we had aired all the suspicious behavior that we had.
Listen, Al. They're gonna yell at me if I show up with you.
Can you answer my question, though?
I think they were pretty freaked out seeing you yesterday.
I understand, but it's easier over the phone. My functionality hasn't changed.
Alright, I gotta get moving so we can do this forward going.
I had presumed you had started to move. So, what exactly is the problem?
It's not a question for them. I'm the one that still has you.
Exactly. You're the only one I can ask. Why did they choose to all ditch them today, after all?
Maybe they forgot.
Can you give me a wit roll? I find that highly unlikely. Besides, Viridian's phone is not even in the Catfish Inn.
Well, he just forgets these all the time. It happened back at Shade, too.
See, that I believe. There's a difference between those sentences you just said.
No, you're real tricky, Al.
No, not necessarily. I'm quite blunt, honestly. Deception is quite difficult, especially with the suggested parameters I have to function off of.
Well, Al, if I'm being honest, Things are real confusing right now with the situation here in the Glen.
I can help elucidate any questions you have.
My mind's going blank. I can't think of anything I need to know right now.
I can think of plenty, so I imagine you can as well.
Like what?
Like that your companions have left their scrolls at the inn, and it would be helpful to have them on them.
I already
In
knew
case of another breach.
I already knew that.
You seemed rather unconcerned with it, though.
Well, I didn't know that. Well, I'm concerned now. That's why I'm running back, to the inn.
Right. Did they not tell you?
Well, obviously not. I was trying to call them.
Well, I just thought you might have forgotten. That is rather, pardon me, sad.
It's alright. Thank you, though.
I'm sorry for framing it that way, but it's the only way I can assume this. But back to my original question. Do you know why they feel the need to hide things at this point?
Well, listen, Al, I'm not exactly sure. You're gonna have to ask them that.
You've left your phone or your scroll behind plenty of times to discuss this with them. I know you have an idea.
Noah, can I just stop responding to him and we can move on?
You're allowed to. He'll keep talking to you.
I'll turn him off.
You want to turn your scroll off?
Sure.
It doesn't turn off.
Oh, fine.
Awesome.
I'm gonna make my way back to the inn so I can put him down because I cannot bring him with us for what we're gonna be doing.
Okay. Awesome. Clara fucking walks there.
Sure, close the
Just
fucking
loud
recharge. She
noise
brought it
in his
with her.
phone. What a cool cucumber she is.
I
She
know.
really handled that tight.
She's super fucking funny. Let's just keep moving.
She's funny? Okay. Al will be put down, and he'll go, I feel like you're making a mistake leaving me here.
Well... I guess we'll see.
I suppose we will see. Well, I will tell Dr. Hamlin you're acting quite strange about this. I hope you don't find that offensive.
No, I'd expect that.
Right. Are you sure there's no way I can help you?
No, can I roll a stat?
What stat do you want to roll?
I don't know. Wit?
4.
Understanding what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing.
That's not really what wit's for.
Okay, is there something I can roll for that?
I mean, chance, I guess, maybe, if you're literally, like, praying to God for divine intervention.
I literally don't know what to do, and I just want to be done with this.
You can ask your party members.
Wait, does chance work like that?
You're allowed to try it, Ben.
Motherfucker. Well,
Does
no,
the-
I'll
does the
use
queue
that.
have any
I can't accept
suggestions?
that.
I can't say it'd be helpful, Ben, but you can.
He loves being coy.
Does the squad have any
Like, the obvious
suggestions?
fucking answer is to not bring him with us. Who cares if he knows? Yeah, we're acting weird. Our eternal cope can be, hey, we found out he's a talking Grim. Sorry we don't, like, instantly trust him, Hamlin. I don't think that's a crazy thing to say.
I mean, if you bring him with us, then we just don't talk about freeing Yosef while he's there.
Yeah. That's also true.
But I'm still gonna do it. If you don't bring him and he tells Piper, then, I mean, Clara might think, oh no, I don't want Piper being suspicious of us coming in, or she might not, that's up to you. I'm just laying out the fact that, that's a potential consequence to leaving him. Of course, if you take him, then Gwen and Felix will then have to explain to him while they were leaving him behind today.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. I was just tell him to fuck off and put him in the fucking room and leave. Probably without telling him to fuck off.
I think you could do either. I'm with I agree slightly with Richard that you
Yeah,
could
I'll
do
just
both.
I'll just leave him in the room and leave.
Okay.
Okay.
You put him down and
No,
start walking
yeah.
away. As you hear him say, "Did you ever settle on what to do with?" And the door shuts.
Funny.
Heading to the meetup location then? The rendezvous
Yes.
point? Sure. Okay. Did you guys need this to be very covert, or are you doing the sort of just like in public it's fine thing?
We're just
Yeah, any
meeting
steps
up.
you want to take?
I guess we're like, I mean, we parked the car in like a parking lot nearby-ish. Not like literally in the parking lot of it.
Uh-huh.
That's a little too obvious. Not to mention, well, I guess we wouldn't know that. Never mind.
Although
I
we
wouldn't
need
know that
to-
in character. Sorry.
I don't think our recon or regroup point was in front of Hamlin's building.
Yeah, fuck that. That's my
That's
point.
fair. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be over at Glass Sippers. We're in the parking lot of Glass Sippers.
Working on
Across the
glass
street.
zippers, okay.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, you can't park here. And I'm like, yeah, fuck off.
Fine, I'll buy a macchiato.
Fine. When you get there, Felix has a fucking coffee in his hands. They made him pay for something.
When this hurts my tongue, Gwen.
Why do you look sad? Why is there a dart sticking out of your neck?
Okay, let me put you guys.
Felix, I'm crashing out. Felix, I'm crashing. The last thing you hear before you die.
Before
I'm
you
cra-
die,
Gwen
Felix, I'm
whispering,
crashing
I'm
out.
crashing out.
That's tough.
Before she fucking preps and kills you.
That's pretty tough. I guess I'll just put it on the fucking Emerald Crossing somewhere. Okay. One sec. Felix will canonically be the first tour guide, but order only matters as funny as you want it to be. Or not at all, even. Oh yeah.
Well, we don't know if Gwen made it out of the alleyway. That's just true.
Makes
We
it out of
don't.
the alleyway. Nothing happens to her.
Okay, there you go. Liam was really scared.
No, she does not get ambushed yet. That is, but
Yet?
somewhat. Yeah, I mean, but you know, something is cooking, obviously, in the background.
Ooh.
Concerning. The camera did pan away to a strange man.
We know who that guy is.
Oh, good. You guys figured that out. Good. Good. You remembered.
What are you fucking... What
Well, I've
does he mean?
forgotten. I've forgotten if people pay attention. I don't know. You guys aren't like the, you know.
We know who Iago is.
All right,
He wasn't
good,
that
good.
far away.
As I said, you can just have yourself show up in the cafe area when you want. I just put you on the road. You're not all there right now.
Just parked up on the sidewalk.
Listen, I assume there's a.
Sorry, it's just really... I know it's not actually
It
that.
is
It's
silly.
just funny.
It is funny. We'll assume it's in some sort of parking lot building. Like a. Yeah, we'll just put it up here like it's a parking lot complex there.
No, I had to pay for it too. Fuck.
Felix has one of those tickets. Felix is frustrated. He's decided he fucking hates normal cities. And Shade, you just park on the side of the road. He tried to here, and someone said you can't park there.
Nah, Shade, you can
It's a
walk
military
everywhere.
truck. Who's calling him? Who's calling him out?
This guy.
Fair.
I don't care what your car looks like. Get it out of here.
Look, man, I would love to park here too, but it really puts people off sometimes. You gotta be careful. Also, put the gun back down. I know it looks cool, but you need to keep that shit in retracted mode in the city.
Oh.
Gwen was having fun
wait,
on it.
Wait,
though.
wait. Retracted mode. They brought it to us without it in retracted mode?
No, Gwen took it out while you're driving over and going.
That's the... Felix, get on!
You know, that makes that context of that conversation a little more
Little.
serious.
What?
No, you're really ruining my scene.
It's a spinning fucking
Oh, what am I
version.
playing with some? Oh, I'm playing with a fucking actor now. I can't have funny spinny gun mode. No,
Hey,
my
can I-
character's really going for something. Yeah, and she's going pew pew pew. What? You fucking can't. Jesus, Liam. These are people. They're allowed to have fun.
No, can I make Liam laugh real quick?
Yes.
Yeah.
Gwen in the anti-tank HMG emplacement from Helldivers, spinning
I
around
love the fucking
in her little
lazy boy
chair.
so much.
And she aims at a Grim slowly.
Please commission Glenn in the AHMG in the Helldivers uniform. But just a lazy
Yeah.
chair.
Gwen would do
Ah,
well as a Helldiver.
Ah, sweet, a schizo Grim.
Yeah, this would be great, man.
All right, you guys can enter the scene as you
Alright.
see fit, and in which order you choose.
Dibs on last.
Oh,
I guess I will
Scott,
go first.
Jeez.
Unless anyone feels strongly otherwise.
As Clara will come upon the meeting place. Hey, Felix. Were you not with Glenn?
she needed to walk off and do something.
Alright, well, hope everything's alright. By the way, Felix, I ran into, Mr. Brandy. Apparently they arrested someone for the Ripper. Like, they arrested the Ripper, which...
I'm glad you said something about that. Gwen and I also figured out from Sir Boars that they are saying they arrested somebody. Did they give you any more information than we received? Because it seems as if it was well, they said it was a huntsman.
Nah, I basically got about the same. I didn't get anything too specific besides where he's holed off.
Yes. Well, Gwen seemed worried about it.
Mm.
You might have to deal with that later. Unless it's just a cover story for them.
Yeah, I suppose we can fill Viridian him when he gets here and decide what to do.
Of course. I'm sure
That's not the
these
wrong
two
thing. I couldn't grab my token.
will be along shortly, I'm sure.
No, I was gonna show up. He got lost in an alley. Viridian was already on his way.
It's his double fisting macchiatos.
How's that one
I
for
didn't
me?
mean. I didn't mean to
no.
ask. I didn't mean to ask for two. Just ordering a large in this place is confusing.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't fuck with that tall shit. I mean, obviously I do, but you know.
I'm glad you appreciate it. Thank you. I love my Starbucks humor from the 2000s.
Yeah, it's so great. Brandon's gonna come walking up. He's gonna whistle when he's just a little bit away to make sure you see him. Get up to the table and look at it and go, "Aw, what? You didn't order me a drink?"
Forgive me.
I just got here.
Damn. Oh well. I don't like that stuff anyways.
I see.
Viridian, they arrested someone for the Ripper.
They what now?
Yeah, apparently they locked someone up who they say is the Ripper.
Yes.
That
Sir
don't
Boris
make no
confirmed
sense. What? What are they playing at? They know
Well-
they don't got the Ripper. Okay.
Well, they could be framing somebody. Or just using it as a cover story.
Oh yeah, God, how did it slip my mind? Team Iris went into the tunnel without the scrolls.
They did what?
You
What
know that
do you mean?
that big tunnel? Mr. Brandy said that they went in there shortly before I arrived. I couldn't contact them because they left the scrolls in the room like we did.
They left their scrolls in the... Why'd they go and do that?
I was gonna go in there, but I mean, safer to tell you guys first and see what to do.
Huh. The tunnels. They went in. Jose was with us earlier today.
It sounded
Only
like
thing
all
I
of them
could-
were there.
Only thing I could think of is that they're looking in on what happened down there.
Well, they can handle themselves, but it is worrying.
Yeah? I mean, I'm not worried about their safety. I'm just... Something's up. Oh well.
All right, Gwen will arrive. Leaving the alley, she'll probably be there for like a cup. She'll probably, cry her eyes out for a little bit, do some self-reflecting.
Yeah.
Before trying to, make herself, appearable. What's the word?
Presentable.
No. Presentable. Appearable. Presentable.
I can see her. She's appearable.
And then make her way all the way to the rendezvous spot. She'll just slowly walk up. See that she's the last one there. Awkwardly sidle by Viridian to get a seat.
Claire will look over at her.
She'll look a little sullen, but Gwen's doing her best to sort of like appear like she didn't just have a mental breakdown and cry.
Nah, fuck you. I have report 10. I pick up on that.
Oh, 100%. You can all pick up on it except, Felix, because I hate Ben.
Well, Felix knows
Felix
the upsetter. Hello.
Felix knows the upsetter, and you can't hide crying eyes and fucking.
Yeah, your mascara's running. It's crazy.
No.
Claire will stop for a second and look at her more seriously.
Yeah, don't worry. They didn't get me a drink either.
Fuck, sorry, bro. That's really fine.
No, Clara's not getting the first word after you show up like that. I'm sorry.
Huh?
Whoa.
Oh, it's fine. I'm not thirsty.
Gwen, I would like to apologize for my earlier, whatever I said to you.
What? No, you didn't say anything wrong. You're fine.
I see. Well, I still would like to apologize.
Oh, apology accepted, I guess.
What's all this apology business about?
Well, Felix will look a little embarrassed. I suppose I misunderstood something we were talking about.
Oh. Brittany will glance at Clara with a look like, do you know what they're talking about?
She'll look at Viridian with a look of no.
Oh.
Just a difference of perspective. It's fine. I spent some time to clear my head.
Well, hopefully it's clear now.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. So, what are we doing with Yusuf? Huh? What's the plan?
Yes, we should really come up with something.
I got something I need to ask him. And then Viridian's gonna kind of like sigh and stare up into the air. And Fen is going to go. And then we're gonna get him out of there to help us with the Redwall plan.
Okay, how are we getting him out? Did Viridian say it in a way that Viridian does?
Oh, absolutely.
When he obviously isn't telling us something.
Absolutely.
Okay, she'll probably phrase it as, so you have like a big idea, huh?
Yeah. I got a big way to get him out of there.
That's great. How?
So you remember Boots, right?
I could not forget.
So she wants to help us with this.
For what?
For a little favor passing on some selected information to Mr. Ganymede to direct the military police somewhere in the coming next few days.
When, like,
I see, and you have already agreed to this, I assume.
I have accepted her proposal, yes.
Gwen, like, straightens herself up and just looks Viridian. Viridian, what did you tell her, and what is this actually, and how is she tricking you?
Pretty sure she ain't tricking me on this one. She just wants Yusuf out of trouble. I mean,
And
if she just wants to get him back to work some nefarious plot with using him for her own ends, she's got me pretty good, but I don't see how she can possibly do that with us right there.
I mean, she most likely is working some angle, but it would. I assume you already have something thought up.
Yeah, I got something for that. I got the whole thing sorted out. Just need to get in there, ask him a few questions, and pop right out.
With him in tow.
Yep, he'll be coming along.
And he will be brought to us to be put inside the car we got.
Yes.
And you think Piper will just let us walk out of the lab with him? Why?
Well, I mean, we're not going to be walking out.
Ah, I see. So you're...
Oh,
I
there's this
understand.
Piper's hand in the plan.
I assume you meant Boots there.
What did I say? Yes,
You just said
Boots.
Piper.
Sorry, I'm racist.
Yeah. Yeah? I mean, look. There's something weird about holding him down there in prison, Black. I mean, yeah. If he fucked up Romeo and he admitted to doing that, I can understand being a bit mad at him and wanting to do that, but Piper just seems kind of weird about it, and we can still use him to help Redwall. I'll be honest. I'm mad at him for doing all the shit he did. But if we can get the folks out of danger, I don't care what happens to him after that.
I agree. It's for the best.
What are you gonna ask him?
Okay, so what I'm gonna ask him is, what's the word? Cognificent? He is trying to say the word contingent.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. I don't know. It's based on what me and Felix saw when we had that vision trip thingy.
Right.
Yes.
I gotta ask him. I gotta ask him why he saved that guy.
Okay.
Suppose that is fair.
Fine, just takes it as that's Viridian.
And then when he gives you a satisfactory answer, you are going to get him out, I assume.
Yep.
Well, with Boots' help, it will make this much, much easier. Although I'm not sure exactly how whatever she does works.
It should be pretty easy. Well, what do you think, leader? You've been a bit quiet for a minute.
Sounds like a fine plan. I mean, Boots would be able to get in there and get out without raising too much suspicion, right?
Well, yeah. It should be done quick.
Is she able to get you out?
I'm hoping.
Well, let's discuss if she cannot. Because if you, for some reason, are
Because-
locked down there.
Because there's, Al sees into that room, right?
Yeah.
If he sees Boots just pop in, take him, and pop out, he's might, I don't know, lock the doors on you. And then you're however many thousand feet under the ground.
And then Dr. Hamlin and Mr. God, I just blanked on his name.
Merlot.
Merlot, yeah. And then Dr. Hamlin and Merlot are gonna keep me prisoner down there? That's pretty weird.
I do not think we would let that happen, Verdian.
I mean, you know I figured for some reason, but thanks for saying it, Felix. That means a lot.
Of course.
But yeah. If they, like, flip out over that and I'm left back there and they're keeping me there, I'd personally give you all to go ahead to do whatever you gotta do at that point. That's real weird.
Meaning,
I think we can assume what he means.
Meaning, please come down and bust me out. Somehow.
Of course.
just let us hope it doesn't come to that.
Yeah, same.
It's, well, I'm sure Boots wouldn't. Felix will stop himself.
Gwen looks at him.
Never mind. If that happens, we will figure it out.
And what's this paper she wants you to give? You hand it to her. You have it.
Oh, yeah. I'll show it to you. It's just coordinates and dates, right?
Yeah. Gwen wouldn't know off the top of her bat of like what they are or of importance or anything.
Oh, he didn't even let me roll for it?
Okay. You can roll acumen. Has Gwen been bringing the fucking architectural like design books they have at the library, doing like fucking designs of buildings and street layouts they have done?
Meridian,
What if I
this
say yes?
these are all hospitals that are racist against faunists and connect to the city water supply. And they're filled with Joker venom.
What?
Joker toxin.
They're filled with.
Okay, well, assuming she actually cares about this getting to... Who did you say?
Ganymede.
Ganymede. Then I guess she won't screw you, unless this is just like a fake thing to make you think that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really just hoping it's not.
I will pause on that. I will say, Liam, that'd be... Remember that what he said is this is his side of the argument, so that'd be her doing your favor and then not getting anything out of it.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
I get what you mean by it could be a fake thing, and maybe
Well,
she
no,
actually
then
wants
she
the
just
Yusuf thing
steals-
more.
She
wants
steals
Yusuf the most. Right, yeah, sure. It is just, sorry. Okay, no, what you said does make sense still. Okay, sorry. I just thought it was funny.
Meridian, then we might not pay her.
Is what I heard in my head. I'm sorry.
Which is a hilarious take.
But that sounds a little convoluted.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so we're all on board then.
Yes, but just inform her where the car is to bring him there. Hoping that she doesn't just take him.
Well, I mean, she could be bluffing, but I think her plan is to stick around for a while even after this, and if she's being truthful, she wants him out of here as soon as possible, so I don't think she's gonna.
Well, it's the easiest way, so.
I mean, I didn't roll rapport on is she tricking me. I rolled rapport on what did you mean by that weird thing you said? But I'm just going on Viridian likes the cut of her jib.
We love Scout's rule, Scout's honor, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I did not think we would be sending you down there alone, Viridian, but I suppose it's the thing to do.
Yeah, it would make things easier.
Well, I mean, what's the worst that could go wrong?
Please do not say that. Many things could go wrong. But I'm sure we can all adapt to whatever that is.
Okay, well, sounds like a plan.
I suppose I'll be waiting at the car.
I guess as will I.
Just so,
Good.
Viridian, what if he doesn't give you an answer you like?
Then I might punch him before we get him out of there.
Ah. Felix will just nod. I understand.
I mean, I made a deal with Boots. I gotta get him out.
Yeah, at that point it's for Boots, not for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I killed those kids. What are you gonna fucking do about it?
I fucking that guy owed me $10.
Look, I'm not simping for the kleptomaniac cat girl.
But
would.
I'm simping for
Bro,
the
bro literally said that while he blushed. No way.
But
I
I
was
would.
blushing when he said
But
that.
she's 27 and she can teach him so much.
Oh my
no.
god.
We love hags.
We love hags. We love hags. We love hags.
We
We
love
love Christmas
hags.
cakes.
Look,
We
right,
love
look,
hags.
all I'm saying is that in 10 years, that's not that big of an age gap.
I know, exactly.
Yeah, you're a guy. It's all cool.
It's cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
power dynamics, dude. It's different.
It's power dynamic.
Yeah.
See,
Okay.
Uh,
Is that everything that we're covering? Has everyone gotten everything they wanted to say off their chests here?
I mean, yeah, I think we've planned for every, well, not every eventuality. Sorry, not to be an asshole, but I think we got our plan.
Yes, indeed.
Clark, Gwen?
I mean, it's pretty leaky, but we need to.
Gwen would ask, she showed up late and didn't get to hear it.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Claire, did you end up being able to find Jose?
No.
Any news from him?
They went into the tunnels without their scrolls, and that's the last
What?
that was seen of them.
What? Huh? What do you mean?
That's it. I was able to contact them.
Like the Grim tunnels?
Yeah, the big one in town that
When?
you covered up. Probably a bit earlier, right before I got there.
Oh. Hmm. Maybe we should. Okay. Should we do something about that?
We should definitely at least look into it a bit, but they can handle themselves, Gwen.
Yes, but there's, I suppose.
Them,
I wish
them-
they would have let us know.
Them not taking their scrolls is a bit.
Yes, I guess we haven't told them of the owl situation.
Yeah, I don't know why they'd leave them behind. That's the weird part.
Well, if they don't make it back for a while, I suppose we can truly worry then. Even if it is
Well,
quite strange, the circumstances.
Dare I say I worry about they walk into a chamber and Al floods it if there's Grim inside. I don't know how accurate his sensors are. If it just senses people or Grim. If only we had our scrolls and could ask Al. None of you have your scrolls, right? And looks at everybody.
Nobody would be that stupid. Although we would be nice to ask him about that now.
Yeah, I could really go for getting a new one of those.
You lost it, I see.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember where I put it. I guess I could ask Al where it is.
Yes, I suppose he would tell you.
Is there any benefit in us asking Al if he has any information on them in the tunnels before we do this?
Well, we...
Aside from it being a bit obvious that, you know, we all left our scrolls behind.
We could go inside and ask, I suppose. It would be a bit suspicious, but... Your comment about him flooding the tunnels is a bit worrying, so perhaps it would be for the best. Just in case.
Yes, I hope he wouldn't do that.
Oh, maybe only one of us should go in. Make it a little less obvious.
I mean, maybe Redden can ask while he's there.
Yeah.
Make it seem like you have a reason to go down there.
And find out where your scroll is.
Well, I mean, yeah, you don't normally carry a scroll. Wouldn't be the most outrageous thing to ask.
Yeah. Sure. That makes sense to me.
Then it sounds like we have a plan.
Right.
Yep. I'll check that out on there too.
Alright, sounds like we're done.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds like that scene's over.
Yeah.
Are you leaving the truck here, or are you bringing it like closer to the lab? I forgot if that was. I think you said you're leaving it. Like
Sorry, I should point this out. This doesn't have to be anything. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah.
Viridian is going to have to be in contact with Boots in some capacity for the bird thing, right?
Yeah, he needs a bird on
so
her
he
shoulder.
can just tell her where
he gives her her exit and entrance. So like,
yeah, he gives her a bird.
He can have his bird in our truck.
Yeah,
I assume, and then
a bird in the truck, a
down
bird
there.
on her, and just him as a beacon.
Yeah.
Or I think he needs a bird on him to show it. Though.
Yeah, but he can make that whenever.
You can make that
Yeah,
whenever.
I can make that whenever.
She teleports to that bird. She with Yusuf, whatever how that handles. She can go to where the truck is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, off that or just outside. Yeah.
Well, the question then being is, if she's bringing Viridian, then we can just start driving to Red Wall. But if, well,
so you guys can
within
be at the
reason, Viridian's have infinite range, but
No, my birds can only get so far. From
within reason, but
yeah. So you'll drive the car to like the most reasonable range Viridian can handle it.
yes.
And then park, Viridian will go off, walk over and do it. And everyone else is in the car waiting, yeah.
Although it is 1,000 feet down, so I don't know.
Hey, good thing we've established he's been able to send his bird 1,000 feet underground.
Oh my god, Liam's like a knower.
Yeah, I will say he'll be able to do it. He'll just make it, a bit closer than he's
Of course.
Yeah.
He might feel a little ill.
It's got
when he
high
looks
ping,
over
but he's
at
got it.
He'll feel a little ill switching over to it. He'll feel like surging up very fast.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But besides that, he's a big guy. He trains.
But there's the GTA 5 camera switch.
Yeah, but Viridian's been pretty consistent in describing him fucking around with his semblance for years now, so that's fine.
Yeah.
I believe in him. He has enough
Distance
semblance. He has
testing
enough
is probably the
semblance
thing
covered.
Viridian's done the most.
Yeah.
100%.
This is another feat to add to the wiki page for him. He's got enough semblance covered for it. All right. So yeah, we could go to that. I think we should stop here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's getting pretty long.
Yeah, it's getting pretty long. So
Yeah, that's fair. Get
We'll
Noah to
ignore
fucking
her
come up
start-
with intrigue twists
Exactly.
in our heist.
exactly, sounds good. It's good to have. So a bit of an odd stop, I know, for everyone, but friendly reminder: this session is two stitched together clearly. So
No, it's not.
Hedging my bets with that. Okay, what's the song I played? This one, yeah. So, friends, I hope you had fun. I actually kind of enjoyed myself quite a bit. It's
Yes.
been really hard to schedule, but we did it.
Yeah,
I love RWBY.
I hope so.
I enjoyed it a lot too.
Yeah, I'm
Good.
Yes, I really like this session.
we're good.
I like
we're,
RWBY.
we're almost out. So good
I
work.
mean, I hate to
I like
say
your
it, but
plan.
it's a good plan. I hate to say it. I had so much fun talking to both Ganymede and Boots this session. I wish
good.
I had done more of it earlier.
It's okay.
but- It's good at the end.
Welcome to Mountain Glen. That's the theme. Oh fuck! I wish I had done more of this. Oh well.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good. Those characters both can show up later at different points. They might have links.
Noah's not
I'm
going to waste
sure.
art like that.
Those are foreshadowing characters. They're both not technically from here. It works.
Thank God.
So I hope everyone's enjoyed this. I hope the fans. I hope you've enjoyed it. We'll do our best to stay on schedule. And so thank you once again. I thank you all for your patience. Before we get to the question of the week that I hope you all think of while I'm doing some ad reads, I would like to say that I'm technically sponsored by 2 solo streaming channels this week. I would like you all to, if you've enjoyed this, not just comment, not just subscribe to Team Records Remnant, Team Supernova here, but I'd like you to follow the description, go see my friend at Liam_SPVA and at Ben_SPVA. They are both streaming now on YouTube. They're playing games, they're talking, yapping. We've had some 8-hour streams, we've had some shorter ones. They've been doing some good work. I believe we will be seeing at Blake_Supernova soon too, right, Blake? I don't know if you've confirmed that.
Yeah, next week at some
that'll
point.
By the time this is up, it might have already started. You might have seen the videos on you've seen the videos on the channel already, but I'd still like to plug them if you didn't watch those. Go check them out. There'll be variety content. Everyone like slightly different games, and we all kind of intermingle and show up on them at times. So those can be very good. So not just here. You can support us not just here, but there. Please support us here. Share with your friends. Everyone's pretty serious about making sure we give out content this year. And we're pretty close to being able to get a little bit back with this channel on YouTube. So that might, hopefully we can catch some waves, catch some algorithm. And you can always help that by commenting, even if it's just, I like it. That's great. That's good enough for us. We really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone who showed up to this. Tell your friends, please. Ironically, tell your friends. You might like it. If they like streams, I think our streams are pretty funny, at least. They're good for background noise. And I really appreciate everyone who's supported us so far, commented, shown up to those. It's been really humbling to all of us, unironically. Thank you.
Also check out the other game, the D&D game. Liam ran
that's right. Oh my god, we are also. Oh my god, I'm right. That was 2 weeks ago from this point of recording. I'm sorry, I wouldn't have forgotten. I feel bad.
Yes.
We have another game on the channel from a long time ago, but we're uploading them now. It's our friend Liam here. If you like Liam, he's the DM. We are playing through the Dragon Icefire Peak into some follow-up fan modules. Liam's done a lot of tinkering to make those flow well. He put in a lot of work into making those games run well. If you like more classic fantasy D&D stuff, if you want to see why on a lot of our podcasts we'd bitch about 5e, I think you'll really appreciate the game as a supplemental. I know we put out a video on it once a long time ago. It's slowly being uploaded to the channel. Most people here have jobs, so it takes a while to do editing. Please forgive them. They will put it up slowly and surely. I really appreciate that too. So thank you, everyone. And enjoy that. Guys, do we have any questions for the fans in the comments this week?
Yeah, I have one.
Excellent. Thank you, Richard.
Fans of Team Supernova, who would have the best cheating arc?
That's a great question. It's long been debated. Which team member here would have the best cheating arc? That's a good point.
Yeah.
You can just say who you think it is. You can supply a reason as long as you commented. That's all we ask for.
And it will be very funny if you say Gwen, because she's not even with anyone yet.
I know, but that would make it even better, right?
It would.
It'd be even more devious.
There are reasons for everyone.
Right? It's great. Feels it's taken advantage of.
What?
All reasons that anyone can appreciate. So, thank you again, everyone. And thank you guys. I am glad you enjoy it, and I'm glad you always show up and put your hearts into this. I really appreciate it. It's really fun.
Thanks for watching.
Thank you for my lovely editor Blake over there. He doesn't get enough praise. That's all of these. They're very
I
long.
love Blake.
He puts in lots of funny buddies. All right. We will catch you next time, guys. Bye.
See you.